Hey guys, welcome back to episode 1 of the Mavus. I'm your host, Finn Lancashire, and this is my brother, Charlie Lancashire. Charlie, want to say what's up?
What's up, y'all?
Today, for this first episode, we're going to be describing kind of a history of the world, really. Starting from all the way back to basics, basically before the Big Bang and before the boom, and throughout history, through the creation of the earth, Adam, Eve, the apple, the Garden of Eden.
Basically everything.
And then after that, basically the history of the earth, the history of all of the dinosaurs, the meteor that destroyed them, Bruh. Bro, what? It's not funny. 65
million years ago. Well,
today,
let's
I think.
start.
And we're recording this really because it's the anniversary of the Big Bang. Today,
And let's
65 million years exactly from the Big
Bang.
Bang.
Let's start back where it all started. I mean,
let's get right back where we started from. I'm gonna pass the ball to you, and let's go.
Well, basically, I guess the Mavus is kind of...
Right, let's do an introduction of the Mavus and what the Mavus stands for and what the Mavus was made for. We kind of think of it as the starship Mavus that we're kind of flying, and you guys are all the crew members.
Yes, sir. And it's kind of it's the idea.
Let's go.
The idea of an educational type of content that would be before it goes back all the way back, because most people, we're not gonna say that we know what everything we don't know.
It's somewhere in between. Our show is somewhere in between the space between just googling it yourself
and just going for it. Just basically, because we're not saying that we know everything. We don't, but it's more about we can cover more time than most people.
We like to think we're somewhere in the space between Socrates and Einstein.
Somewhere in that middle ground is kind of the sweet spot where you're tasting something that is like the forbidden fruit of science, because
it's a spot.
Yeah, you don't know what you're gonna get, but you know that if you get it wrong, you can Google it. You know that if you hadn't previously thought about it, you're thinking about it now.
And if you are thinking about it, it's probably on this show. So basically, all of your questions and all of your answers are from right here.
So we're going to be basically going into it and just showing every part of it
and playing a little.
Yeah, it's not so rigid. Not so rigid.
No, not so rigid. And it's back to basics.
I had basically an idea, the consensus for this episode, or the kind of my Big Bang Theory moment, was that I just had this idea of the Big Bang, of such a pop would it be, or it to be so that it would just pop so much like the proverbial snap of a finger.
Right.
And basically my idea was that pop happened in space for sure, that you don't know how.
Almost like the snap of a finger.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, we not really that Christian, like, knock on wood, but we know that some people believe a God snapping his fingers.
Or a Big Bang explosion kind of occurred deep in space. Deep enough in space that it actually was far enough to create everything we've ever known.
Yeah, we've thought about this before. Or I don't know if we both thought about it or if we both have said it, but
right.
It's the idea that someplace in Central Park could be, or the Statue of Liberty built it there because of knowing exactly where the Big Bang happened. I mean, we're not the exact scientists to know that, why they do that or how they figured that out, but basically my idea anyways was this pop, right? And so I thought,
basically forming out from where Central Park, and that's what we were saying, and we are recording this high atop building in Central Park, basically. Literally, we are high atop a skyscraper in Central Park right now, basically watching over. And for one, making sure everything goes right below, but also just making sure we can just remember how well... Right, and basically, I think we're looking at. I think that is the exact spot where it all started, down there in the middle of Central Park, and also. It was today.
It's always funny to bring that up, isn't it? Every time we bring that up.
And today is actually the anniversary of when it all started, the Big Bang. So, but we're gonna jump right into it.
And it's okay.
We're not gonna hold any barring no holds and breaking
I
no
do want to
quarters,
jump
basically.
right into it. But that's funny you say Brook, because in Central Park trees.
And jumping into it, brooks, ponds,
basically
rivers, and
whatever
pools.
we say, no matter what it is, exists because of the Big Bang. And
right.
my theory, I guess, of popping is like kind of like I called it like well, I don't call it
differential reality syndrome, or
no. But I was calling it, I don't call it this, but I was like in my head I call it this, I guess. It's like differential theory, basically being like things. Well, let me read what I wrote, okay? Or differentness theory. So.
And while he's pulling this up, I just want to touch on a few subjects that we want to get into before the podcast actually starts. Some of our sponsors and our donors, and basically the people who are funding this podcast who have given us, the money to actually do this podcast.
And the wherewithal.
And the wherewithal, yeah, and the bandwidth, and the internet. Actually, we do have. And some of our tenants that we're renting out to, and our landlords that are owning this building.
It all exists because of the Big Bang.
Yeah, and without that, we wouldn't
pop.
be able to just jump into it like a pool.
And what is a snap? It's a pop.
Right.
So, anyways.
Not like soda.
No, but we do have some soda. We are definitely going to be drinking that later.
I forgot we had that. Yeah, we went to 7-Eleven before this.
So, anyways, differentness theory. Basically.
Sounds gonna do sound effects.
Okay. So, I had this thought, and it's strange that. Sorry, what was that? It's strange
It's supposed to be a pop sound effect, but it's showing me baseball cards. Oh. So it's kind of a snap or a pop. Anyway.
Exactly. And I had this. It's funny that the nuclei responds in such a way in your brain that it's like
I always thought that was
a micro Big Bang in your brain. So, anyways, different theory.
Back.
Popcorn sets itself apart by its distinct popping noise, which it deliberately does. Right? Yeah.
And maybe you wake up. I'm actually noticing that when I put my phone on the table like that, when I'm done using it, it peaks the microphone something wicked, so I'm going to be putting it on the
desk.
Which
is kind of a pop itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, popcorn.
We're at 257 episodes. Or is that...
That's the...
I think that's the internet speed? Or BPM?
No, that's how much time it takes.
So when it gets to 577, that's the end of the podcast?
It'll keep going past that. We don't end unless we say it ends. And
Let's go.
Yeah. I have this idea that it's... Everything has to be different.
Different reality theory.
No, not really. But everything has to be different from each other. Otherwise, how do we tell it apart? And there's the idea of before the Big Bang, everything was the same. It was the ocean of white.
Ocean of time, I think it was called.
An ocean of white and the Big Bang, or an ocean of black and the Big Bang sends out sparks that become stars in the Big Bang, or in the space.
And I think stars,
which is like white popcorn,
right,
in a black bowl. But
so
anyways,
different realities.
Can I please? I have to explain this. So basically, popcorn sets itself apart by its distinct popping noise, which it does on purpose, and it also has a smell. The look, not so much. Looks like other things. It looks like a brain.
Right. You could think it was packing peanuts, but you could think those were more. If you were gonna think those were something, you might think they were peanuts instead of.
Yeah.
popcorn.
So basically, everything has to have this it factor. I don't know if you can hear. I'm doing the apostrophes with my fingers, but everything has to have an it factor, so that it can be different. Popcorn is, like I said, that pop and that smell. And history's it factor is it always being behind us.
Right. The
Somewhat
past.
like a creepy killer. It's
Ooh.
always following us. We try to write it down, but no matter what, it's always behind us, following us.
Maybe your pen is out of ink, and you try and read it in history books, and maybe your dog ate your homework.
Yeah. And it's just...
So it's elusive.
Right. It's just this feeling that, or this idea that many people in our field don't think the way we do, but podcasters are historians.
Mm.
And I'll tell you why. Because what I just said at the 200 or 321 mark is in the past forever. But the idea of the Mavus, the philosophy or ideology of the Mavus,
Guys,
is that you can go back and hear it dozens of times, which is more real than reading
and I just
it.
want to piggyback off what DJ Emerald said about the Mavis being, guys, the Mavis is forever. Now, listen, if we die today,
Yeah.
high winds or otherwise, maybe a nautical accident, the Mavis is forever.
Yeah.
Nothing can take that away from you. And,
Basically, when you read something, first off, you can tell it's old.
alright.
It's in a book. Podcasters are both historians and futurians. Is the way I think of
My
it.
rule of thumb, here or there, give or take a few years, if you're reading something in a Kindle Fire instead of a book, you know it's new. If you're reading something in a book, give or take a few years, it's neither here nor there, but, and this is kind of water under the bridge, but it's going to be older than if you're reading something on a digital device such as your iPad or a second screen, maybe a monitor that you
Yeah.
have connected to your computer, or maybe you're reading it on your TV. If your TV has a scrolling function, which most of them don't, but I think with a Fire Stick now you can do that.
Isn't it amazing how they update things? But
In
we're
my
getting a
opinion.
little bit ahead of ourselves if we're talking about technology already. Because that's what I'm
Really?
saying. The Big Bang is the beginning and the future. Because that
Okay.
with the Mavis, or this idea that we had basically created of the Mavis.
Kind of a movement, but
Yeah. I mean, shit, yeah. It's basically the feeling of it going... You can always go back and listen to it. What I just said is in the past, but you can play it back, and hearing it is more legitimate than reading it. That is our idea.
and just to do my kind of fit my stereotype or my role as a devil's advocate, if you do want to hear that part that he was talking about, it's at the 385th episode of the show. I think we have
No,
right
it's
here.
not the episode.
I think it is.
It's like it's the amount. You see
Oh, it
the
says up
red-
here. It's the beat. There's beats. Oh,
Yeah.
do we have to be speaking on a rhythm? It says, look. 1, 2, 3.
This is the
4,
Mavis. We
1,
do what the
2.
fuck we want. Basically, we do what the fuck we want. That's also. That's kind of the idea. That's kind of the fucking idea. Basically, a historian has to follow like a set of rules.
Right.
You read it and it's so plain. It's so plain. But a story, a podcaster historian is different because we just go. We go. And that
We just do it. Pedal to the metal, no holds barred, basically. Nope. Quarters brooked. And so, all
shall
of
we
that
start?
All of that was standing. DJ Emerald, I want to start with you. Because we've known each other since the Big Bang, or not, since our own Big Bang, because we are related and our parents. I don't
Our
want to get into
parents.
this, but we have referred to it in
and a
the past.
spermoidically Big Bang
Yeah, a sexual Big Bang, sort of, that kind of kickstarted our...
idea. And
Existence.
we should have a Kickstarter.
We do need a bit more money.
Patreon.
Mm.
Actually, I was thinking of another website, because I think I'm calling us historians, futurians, and all these things. And I'm
Futurians.
realizing, yeah, like,
No, I like it.
thank you. And theorists, of course. But what I'm realizing is that we are kind of
Cancelled.
Probably we will be. Probably we will.
Everything from the beginning
Big
of
Bang
time
did
to the
not
end of
predict
time, we just-
wokeness. That's what I love. Big Bang did not prepare y'all for this, but we do think of ourselves as somewhat liberal or libertarian, I guess.
I've always been leftist.
I think we're a bit more libertarian.
Democratic socialist.
Yeah.
I don't know. Caleb Mitchell. Oops. Hang on. This video's 1 second fucking long. Every time you fucking try to watch this fucking shit, I start screen recording it. I'm just trying to say. Okay, whatever. All of that was standing. The Big Bang. Let's talk about it.
So let's start there. From what we know.
I think we should start here.
Yeah, from what we know, we can compare the Big Bang to, like I said, thoughts going off in a big brain. And popcorn, of course. Those are both things, but the Big Bang, what it scientifically was, we're not sure. So could you pull that up?
Well, I'm pulling up. It sounded something like that.
Basically.
The thing is, you have to imagine understanding this, even if you don't feel like you're understanding it right now. That was the first sound anybody had ever heard.
Yeah.
So it started,
but no one was there to hear it.
No.
So, and that's another interesting thing. If they call it the Big Bang, and a tree falls in a forest and you didn't hear it, why
you didn't
is it
hear
called the Big Bang?
Mind equals blown. Okay, but I'm just saying. Basically, okay. If I could talk about this in any way, I'd probably be speaking about it in some kind of alien language. I just want to speak on it.
Yeah.
Basically, in any way I can. So what I've decided to say
in
is
the first way.
Basically, what I've decided to say is this is kind of in my understanding, and we did do some research both on just buying as many books as we could on Amazon Prime related to the subject.
But some of them aren't here yet.
Fruitlessly watching the entire Big Bang series on CBS. Initially because we thought it would maybe yield some information about the concept or the scientific proportions of the procedure of what happened, but eventually it was just we just liked it. I mean, literally, some of the characters on it are so funny. It's kind of like I never knew I could love people like they were my own family until I saw that show, because I'm not really close with my own family. But anyway, in my understanding, what happened was kind of the forms, shapes, and the forms of dinosaurs, plants, and trees were already in existence before the Big Bang existed, but they're basically invisible. And when the Big Bang happened, it basically sprayed all this just kind of, I wouldn't say jism, but all this kind of matter onto these shapes and gave them form and made them visible for other dinosaurs to hang out with it.
Yeah. The Big Bang is the prevailing cosmological explanation for the universe's origin, evolution, and properties. It possesses that the universe roughly began 14 billion years ago. That is an extremely hot and dense and tiny fireball. Then it exploded. Until then, or since then, it was cooled and expanded, becoming less dense.
A radioactive explosion.
Yeah. The Big Bang theory predicts that the fundamental forces and particles of nature emerge within the first fractions of a second. Within the first fractions of a second after the Big Bang. It all happened in a first fractions of a second. And here's a picture.
Oh, okay. Well, that's basically what I said. I don't exactly remember what I said. I was just thinking that maybe. Okay. So what?
Is it gonna keep recording? I think it does, but
it just did. It just jumped from 577 to 5.
Can I pause it for a second and see? And we are on air.
No. Oh, we are recording.
So after the Big Bang, what happened?
Well, let's look it up. Let's see. I researched. I think we accidentally. How do you spell that?
The Big Bang?
I don't know. I guess.
It's so hot down here. And imagine how
Where?
hot it was in space.
Or yes, I was imagining that
Actually,
already.
cold is extremely
Alright,
space.
so
Or sorry, space is extremely cold.
the
But I think the Big Bang required a huge amount of heat.
right, and basically,
For cosmological entities.
so it says the moment of the Big Bang, quantum gravity
Do you think it has anything to do with the Big Bang?
expected towards the dominant planet, where the temperature of the universe was stored.
Uh-huh.
The classical theory of the gravitational. So basically, I'm just skimming over this, and I think I'm reading a different one than. Okay, at some point, an unknown creation called Baryogenous Violet. Goofy on name. At some point.
Literally the goofiest name.
At some point, an unknown creation.
Violently violated.
Well, it does say
What?
at some point an unknown recreation of Baryogenous has violated the conversion of baryon number. What the fuck are they saying? Leading to a very small
This is so stupid.
excess of quarks and leptons over antiquarks and antileptons of the order of 1 over part 1 in 30 million. And this resulted in the predominance of matter over antimatter in the present universe. Well, this basically explains it.
Yeah.
So
Is that
I
the
think
Big
in the
Bang?
center there, I know viewers you can't see this.
Is that a diagram of the Big Bang?
It is. So you have the. I
What?
won't say that on air. The Coma cluster, Virgo cluster, the Leo supercluster, and the Shapley
Now, is the Big Bang the
concentration.
core of the Earth?
Big Ben? The Big
Wait.
Bang?
Yeah, I said that. The Big Bang. Is it the core of the Earth? Because like I was saying,
It appears to be so.
that is more of a flat Earth diagram.
But so basically, where were we? So it cast form to the dinos.
Okay, now we are getting into No,
We are
wait,
back on track.
hold on. That is not true because, or it is true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because. What existed before dinos? You ready?
I think it was.
The Cretaceous period was
That's what it says.
mostly consisted of, if you think of the oldest things on Earth before Pangea, before anything, the world was an ocean. So everything.
That's what I was gonna say. Is the Rot Lake?
Yeah, and everything crawled from the ocean to eventually evolve into becoming. It's so funny. We think we're the center, but we are a blink in a T-Rex's eye, and a pop in an eye.
Some of us are a bit nutty.
Yeah. And
So
what existed was whales.
whales did exist. Sperm whales even.
You
Yeah,
take
look it
that.
up.
You take that ahead, and I'll.
Google it. I think so. What happened was, well, I guess this is kind of a classic Mavis moment, centering the entire or beginning the entire episode centered around the penis of a sperm whale. But the sperm. The sperm whale. It's basically the first creature that started it all. Actually, I'm gonna be honest.
No.
It was
That's not right.
amoebas.
No,
It was amoebas?
it was amoebas. Okay.
Right, at the
so
bottom of the
did-
ocean.
What?
And I'm going to tell you something right now. Because we've discussed how the ocean was pure heat, basically.
Yes,
Basically a soupy
everything
swamp.
Was pure heat.
Pure heat.
Because what's the opposite of space? Heat.
Right.
Or sorry, outer space. I don't like when people are talking about space and they say
Outer space. Right.
This is
Or
space.
outer
We're in
space.
space. They
Because you
you
know
should
what?
be saying outer space.
It's self-centered.
Yeah.
To say outer space, we're in outer space. There's somewhere out there. There's some kind of sperm whale amoeba that's floating around in the cosmos, and to him, we're in outer space, and he's in Inner space.
And if you think of the core of the Earth, which was the only kind of... Okay, so the Earth is a circle, right? And everything is water, is hot water. The only thing that is different from that is a beating heart of lava at the beginning, or that
the Big Bang in the middle.
Yeah, the Big Bang is in the middle of it to be so hot to
Right.
power this, right? It's like the friggin' power cord for the Earth.
Right.
And so the core is somewhat of a hot egg, and what are the amoeba?
I'm sorry?
The core is
Can't really remember how
the core.
Do you like to start one?
Yes, please.
Or two, rather?
These look like freaking what does this look like? You know what I'm talking about in biology?
A monkey's tail? Or mitochondria, a mitosis cell.
I think so. But anyways,
I
the
shouldn't hold-
Earth has a hot beating egg at the center of it. And what are filling up the Earth right now is tiny sperm amoeba.
Right.
So that in itself, everything is a tiny version of something else, or a big version of a tiny thing.
Right.
It's so funny. The Big Bang predicted thoughts. It predicted popcorn. It predicted sperm going into, like, our parents making us, you know. It predicted that. I like how it predicted all this stuff, and that one amoeba did not know that he was going to evolve to be EDP.
Like, bro, you're gonna be EDP. And it's like, and for viewers at home, I know some of you are listening to this as a requirement for history class. What's up, Miss Bergstrom? But I'm just saying, if you really just listen to us,
Yeah, good as fuck.
you need. I know they're delicious. I wouldn't twist them like that because the flavors might get mixed up. But I'm just saying. Alright, if you just listen to us, we know what we're talking about. And if you really need a SparkNotes version, here's what we've covered so far. The Big Bang started everything.
Mm-hmm.
The Big Ben, Central Park, we're all
Two
kind of
sides of the world.
right, kind of a globular event because Big Ben, you wouldn't have without the Big Bang, you wouldn't have Big Ben, without
And
no.
wait, hold on.
And without
And
popcorn,
if there's a giant version of things and a small version of things, did I interrupt you back there?
I don't remember.
Can I have one?
You can have two. They come in pairs. Would you like a different flavor than last time?
Yeah.
Do you want my favorite flavor?
Ooh,
It's orange and purple.
looks like root beer.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, if there's a tiny version,
Or
of
you did
things-
because I was saying popcorn. This is a SparkNotes.
and
Big
this looks
Bang.
like a pussy.
That's crazy. I actually see the clitoris and the clitoral hood. You didn't have to eat it like that, sus ass motherfucker. I'm just saying. Okay, remember we're giving people a SparkNotes for English class right now, so let's chill out a little bit with the violence and the pussy talk.
Okay.
But we're just saying. All we're trying to say. Listen.
This is a gauntlet.
End of the day, bygones be bygones. All we're trying to say, Big Ben, Big Bang. You see the connection. I'm not even gonna have to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Popcorn. The idea for popcorn
Things being different.
There's all these microcellular sperm shrimps basically floating around this hot lake, popping
That's right.
and turning into apes and whales.
That's true. That's another popcorn. And swimming in butter almost.
And next week, I don't want to tease you guys too much.
I don't tease anybody at all. but
I'm not, especially not these middle schoolers I'm talking to, because that would be
Pussy ass.
weird. But I'm just saying, listen, next week you can expect an in-depth conversation on whether there's any collection or great connection between buttered popcorn and butterflies.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That was what
Popcorn.
we were gonna do.
Popcorn is such a good.
This one's a tight pussy.
Yo. So okay, can we get back into the popcorn? Is such a good representation of basically everything, and this is what I was trying to say earlier. if there is a small version of everything and a big version of every small thing, then the Big Ben is a giant version of a wrist with a wristwatch. It's the world's watch.
Over 9,000!
Yeah.
That's how much there is. Mm-hmm. Okay, so where were we?
So, amoebas. They can swim.
Popping in the ocean.
They resemble jellyfish. And do you know what the first the first king of the sea was? Because there's a middle thing that I don't know. I guess they eventually just got bigger because if they get bigger, more things will eat them. They will get bigger. Food chain, buddy.
Okay.
But the first king of the ocean was the Leadsichthys. It's a massive, massive whale. I don't know if it was in the Precambrian. I don't know anything. Don't know anything. Pre-Columbian area.
Pre-woke.
Well, yeah. Basically, this entire episode is gonna be pre-woke, and this is another thing that's interesting. If we are both historians and futurians, then this is both pre-woke and current woke. Yes, level.
Hopefully by that time we're done recording this.
It will be what?
I would. You don't have to ask me. I would just say it. If you didn't ask what I was about to say, but I'm just saying, if it was a just world and a good world, basically by the grace of God, I would say, post today we would be able to start calling things not only pre-woke and mid-woke, but post-woke.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully this will take place in the later era. I just realized, have you ever listened to rap music?
Yeah.
If you put, chewy candy in Sprite, it actually makes lean. So we could do that tonight.
What? Is that...
I think that's how they do it. They use cough syrup.
No, yeah, you need guafenicin.
What?
I don't know.
You need comethazine. Shit, the industry needs comethazine.
Is the comethazine is that what is in the cough syrup, or is it a different thing?
No, that's what the cough syrup is. People just call it cough syrup because it's...
So, how are they selling something so famous to rappers, but...
They don't sell it to rappers.
No, I'm saying it's famous to rappers. How are they selling it? And
different things are differently famous.
I guess that's true. Also, the idea of post-woke is returning to this field, or not a field, but an ocean of just nothingness. The first ocean, the space was kind of the first ocean, and the stars were little amoeba, you know? So,
right.
We don't want to return that far, because then we won't exist, but we do want to get to the first ocean. That's our idea. Oh my god, smoke came out.
Alright.
But, that was kind of our idea. That's another idea for the Mavus, is the eventual, return to us all being basically soup.
Return to that soup. Right. So, okay, well, let's get back down to the nitty-gritty of the entire...
Get my phone.
Are you alright? You got colored pencil dust all over your phone.
I'm fine.
Are you alright? Do you want some help cleaning it up?
That would be good.
What is that all over your
sweatshirt? Put it up
sweatshirt?
here so we can clean it up. Go ahead. Fucking dust all over my sweatshirt.
I think somebody came in here and was touching
my toe. That hurt. No, that definitely hurt.
I didn't know you could even get this many of these things.
It's your basement.
We're not in a basement. We're atop Central Park in a skyscraper.
Okay. And we're also in a starship. So return to what you were saying.
You have glue? Oh, fuck. Shit. Hey, hang on, guys. We spilled.
Come on, put this over here.
Hang on, guys. I'm sorry. We spilled something in the studio. We're gonna have to send that to the editors to make sure that's not blindingly loud in the final cut. Anywho, where the hell were we?
I don't. Well,
I didn't scratch your phone, did I?
no.
Mm-mm. No.
Fucking toe, Jesus. Yep. Or there's nothing actually, but so the idea of, I mean, we should probably get to the next era.
Of what? Space-time travel or?
No.
Because we can't seem to get past these fucking primordial popcorn shrimp-ass motherfuckers.
Do you know why?
Why?
It's because we were bringing you through the whole experience.
You
may say, oh, this is boring. Guess what? People were not around then. That shit lasted so long.
So long. Listen, if you have a pencil, humans are the tip of the pencil. So basically, next up we're going to be flying the Mavus to the next part of history. So, after the primordial soup, we did have the famous event where we had some sort of spiny fish crawling out of the mud, kind of crawling on the shore.
Yeah.
That became the next. Basically, it became the proto-ape, as we like to call it on the Mavis. So we had the first, and who knows, that could have been.
It was the oldest known land animal fossil, Campicaris obanensis, and it looks, you know, the one we're talking about.
I swear that's, you said. Oh yeah, well there's a famous picture of it, but also I swear you said Benedict Cumberbatch. Biological ass name.
Pre-Campian ass name.
Damn, we know so much for making all these scientific ass jokes.
So millipedes, the first land animals. Okay, so radiometrically.
Do we just want to skip all the way to colonial times, or when they started releasing Lego sets, or do we just want to do it?
No, we have hours before that.
Right.
The fossil.
Oh, you want me to?
Oh, okay. Is a broad group that. Oh, sorry. The fossil found on. So this is still the fossil of. As my brother. So. This is still the fossil of Campicaris obanensis, a millipede-like creature, and I don't really have to explain this to you. It's the one that looks.
It sounds like what it's named. It says what it does. What it says on. It says what it does on the box, and then it does what it says.
Yeah, and it looks like
box.
It looks like a freaky alligator, but I guess it was really small. So it lived around 425 million years ago during the Silurian period in what is now Scotland, and it was found on the island of Carrara in the Scottish Inner Hebrides. And it's an arthropod, which includes insects, spiders, millipedes, centipedes, and crustaceans.
And basically what I'm going to say for you guys right now is, if you're not noticing a theme already, there is a theme. It's called Descendants Theory. So basically, if you'll notice, if you can draw a line between popcorn and sperm
Everything's
amoebas,
related.
Sperm amoebas in the earliest 0th century, as we like to call it, you can draw a parallel between Big Ben is actually and Times Square. Both are on opposite sides of the world, but they're both centered over the core of the Earth, which is the Big Bang. And you can draw a parallel kind of between, like he said, a freaky alligator and a modern day alligator. They're kind of the first animal. And
yeah,
I
but
think
it's more a millipede fish.
And this millipede fish that he's describing, there's descendants theory everywhere. If you think about the most famous person alive today, we're not gonna tell you this history and not have parallels. It's not. I don't care if it was 400 billion years back in the future, in the past. There are always going to be parallels. So basically, what I'm saying is, you can draw a DNA line from that creature, that millipedial specimen, all the way today to the most famous person alive, which is, of course.
Timothy Chalamet?
I was thinking Sylvester Stallone.
But he not that relevant.
He is. I would say
he hasn't been in a movie since Rocky.
Rocky is 6 times more relevant than... That's the Rocky rule.
Okay, I have a name for this creature. The milligator.
The milligator?
Millipede.
Oh!
Alligator.
We are foolish because it's Millie Bobby Brown.
Fish. Oh, it
Millie
is
Bobby
Millie Bobby.
is
Oh my
Millie-
god.
Yeah, see,
How
Millipede
did I
Brown.
even not?
Listen, Millipede, wait, no. Millipede Brown, Millie Bobby Brown.
And
Things
what
like this.
color was it? It was green.
It was brown.
No, you want it to be brown, but it was green.
Okay,
Actually,
I guess
that's another thing. We don't know what color it was, but alligators are green. But alligators can be brown too, and crocodiles.
alligators can be brown and
And
tan.
can I ask something completely serious? What is the opposite of an alligator and a crocodile, or the oppositeness between them?
It's
Sorry.
the way they eat a baby.
Oh yeah, it's inner. It's
I knew it was something
which,
morbid.
yeah, but if you think of morbidity, that is exactly what the. Sorry, what was that era called again?
I don't know.
The Scotland era. Oh, the Silurian period.
The Silurian
Period.
period.
Which I don't want to get too side attached, but
You don't want to get attached to any of these creatures too, because I'm going to be honest, most of these creatures, most of these little, basically tiny apes that were crawling around in the swamps of yesteryear, they don't make it. There were 65 million specimens. Most of them were murdered by some kind of. I think most of them were trampled by dinosaurs, and the dinosaurs in turn were destroyed by
what? A meteor.
a
And
meteor.
asteroids. Yeah,
And some of them were meat eaters.
Also, if you don't want to get attached to those because they went away, think about how parasocial people are with Miss Bobby Brown.
Mm.
You don't want to get attached to
Miss
her
Brown.
either, because in another 100 years, 425 million years, you are going to literally be attached to her consciousness.
Right.
The returnal theory.
The returnal to the primordial
Soup.
I couldn't really think of the name. I didn't think it would be something that delicious sounded in real. I wanted it to be, but I thought it was probably something more like
And
ectoplasm.
yeah, and meat eaters did not eat soup.
Okay.
Unless we're talking beef stew.
So, yeah, we're back. As you could have as you could probably tell, it's kind of. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. It's hard to hear a spaceship land these days with all this stuff that's going on around. But we're back. If you didn't hear the Mavis
Do you still
landing,
have twin snakes?
yes, I do. I was hiding them from you because I'm gonna be completely honest, and I do want to be transparent if we're gonna be podcast hosts together.
Historians? Futurians?
Yeah, I've been pretty tired of how much you ask for my snacks lately.
Okay, give me half of one.
I'll give you the whole one.
Thank you. So, what happened after? And this is crazy.
What?
How much this looks exactly like the picture
What picture?
of the first thing coming out of the Silurian period.
Well, that's
onto land.
Descendants theory.
Also, we don't actually know if it was the first one. Hear me out.
Where are we now? We've... Where are we now?
So we've described to you basically the progression of early era sperm particles kind of popcorning into a domino effect of different bugs and apes.
Mm-hmm.
So, DJ Emerald, if you could get off your phone just for a second, I'm trying to ask you a question.
What?
Could you put the phone down while I'm trying to ask you a question?
Yeah.
Sorry. I just, for transparency's sake, we don't want the viewers at home knowing you're on your phone. I was gonna
This
ask.
one tastes like wine.
You don't
Wait,
get
do you
sugar
remember-
drunk.
Was the Silurian period I was just talking about, was that 465 or 400? I keep getting mixed up with 65 because that is how long ago dinosaurs lived.
You know that because of the Adam Driver movie. I wouldn't complain about that
I
one.
don't
if
really
were
want
you.
this.
It's okay. But what I was gonna say, I was gonna ask you, after you viewers out there right now, you wish you could see what we got going on our light table right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do a film on a light table. It's just a better vibe.
Recording on light table.
Mm-hmm. So anyway,
A bit of mouse poop on it.
that's okay. That's okay. I just want to say, can you tell me what came after this?
Yes. You ready?
Go ahead.
So, there's no way of finding out. I mean, there is, but... Oh, there we go. So, 425 million years ago, then,
Mm-hmm.
not really in the grand scheme of things, which is, we are in the grandest scheme right now of things in terms of history. Like, we're going all the way back because in the same period of time, during the Triassic period, roughly around... Oh, actually, I read that wrong.
Was it the Jurassic?
It was actually around 200 million years later that dinosaurs appeared, so that was during the Triassic period, which was 245 million years ago. The first...
I'm sorry, we're having some problems with the sound effects. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was trying to... And that's the thing, This fucking...
Our soundboard gets jumpy.
I know, we had... I don't know, for transparency's sake, if you notice, that's kind of a theme with me tonight. We have this soundboard that we inherited from our late aunt, and it is I don't know what is going on.
What was
with
that?
This thing. This is supposed to... This says it's the Wilhelm scream sound effect.
Wait, play that. That's not what it's supposed to sound like.
No.
It's supposed to sound like this. What the hell?
What are you playing? Can I see
I
what
guess James Blake has a song called The Wilhelm Scream.
he does? Are you messing with me? Alright, well,
Anyway, can we please get with the one that is the actual real one?
The Wilhelm. Yeah, I would like to get the soundboard sorted. I would like to get the soundboard sorted out.
But we would not have been hearing that back then.
No.
Actually, we don't really know what
If
we would have
anything,
been
you'd be
hearing.
hearing mammoths.
No, that was later. Because dinosaurs didn't have fur.
I don't think so. I'm sorry. This
What
thing
was
is,
that?
I swear.
What was that?
So, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with this. I swear to God, this stupid soundboard.
Just unplug it. Unplug it.
Unplug the microphone?
No, unplug the soundboard. Did we
Alright.
get that sorted out?
I think so. I'm so sorry about that, you guys. We can cut that out of the final cut. And any offensive things we might have said.
I don't think we said anything bad.
You've been saying some... Well, it's okay. It's water under the bridge, really. Which is another theme tonight.
Is there still sound effects?
I don't think so. I don't think there should be anything playing right now. So, also, for the viewers out there, we've muted it. So hopefully that's muting it for you too. But if it's not, just leave a comment under
I
this
can
episode.
hear something in my headphones. But
No,
they're
I
on
think
the
that's
desk.
outside. Because we were in Central Park high above a skyrise.
That has to be a sound effect.
No, I think that's... What sound effect would that be? Fucking Central Park ambient? Come on. Alright, so... just, again... If
Just
there's-
a taste of the chaos that was happening in the Triassic period. near the
Exactly.
Triassic period.
If there's any music or, any...
Sorry about that.
Really, we don't... Because we can't hear it through our headphones because we've disabled that in hopes that it would disable it for you guys too. So we
Sorry,
really
what
have...
the fuck was that?
I didn't hear
Are
anything.
you playing that?
Are you playing something and I can't hear it?
What are you watching?
I'm not pressing anything.
All we have on these soundboards is we have a fart sound effect, a duck sound effect, an audience sound effect. That's what she said from The Office. The no, please God, no from The Office. And then, of course, our theme song. If anything starts playing, just let us know. Because we can't hear it.
Yeah.
So we don't have control over that. Anyway, we'd like to talk about what was happening after that point in time.
Do you not hear that?
I can't hear anything. Is there something
I'm
playing?
sorry, that... Do you not hear that?
I don't hear anything. Maybe it's one of those things where it's a frequency that most people can't hear.
No, we don't have a something on the soundboard with a frequency that you can't hear.
Well, how would you know
how
it was
would we
there?
even have-
How would you know it was there?
That's what I'm saying. Why
Our
would we
editor
have
could have
even
put it.
recorded
Why are you
that?
talking so loudly? I can hear you perfectly fine.
Because I can't hear you because something's in my headphones.
Maybe your headphones are broken. You go ahead, look at my soundboard. Turn it off. Watch, turn it off, turn it off. I don't hear any difference. I don't hear anything different. Press play. Press play.
How do you know if I did
Close your eyes.
or
Close
didn't
your.
press
Or I'll
play?
close my eyes and press play. I can't hear that.
Can't hear what?
Anything. I can hear you breathing and your stomach's rumbling a bit. I heard that. It was vulgar. But I
Okay,
heard
well
it.
the sound, it's... I'm sorry for all the technical difficulties, but the sound problem has seemed to resolve itself.
Okay. Well, color me fucking stupid, I guess, because I didn't even know anything was going on. But that's water under the bridge. And, speaking of water and bridges, although that's much later, tell us what came next after the pre-corrosion period.
A what?
We took a detour the size of a damn steak, but listen, we're back.
Well... Okay, the Triassic period was 250 million years ago.
Correct.
245, give or take.
Mm.
Dinosaurs walked the earth.
Correct.
And this is what I was thinking earlier, is that the thing that appeared in Scottish Australian period was... That's like the first fossil they have.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there would have been more fossils.
Correct.
So maybe that is not the first land walker. Maybe its bones of the actual first thing got destroyed. Like getting just walked on so many times.
Oh. And can I ask you a question, since you seem to be the Cretaceous expert? The Cretaceous
Triassic.
expert? Sorry?
Triassic.
Triassic expert?
Shall we?
Go ahead. On the house. Can I ask you a question, though?
Yes.
Since you seem to be the expert. Why? So in the old days, when there were dinosaurs basically appearing from thin air, walking around, they had to because there's so
Not
many...
thin air. The air was thick and humid.
There's so many fossils around from that time.
Yeah.
How come you never see human fossils? Or how come you never see... Like, dinosaurs walking around had to be walking over fossils all the time. How come you never walk past human fossils? Or fossils, let's say a redcoat, or a slave on the Underground Railroad, or even Anthony Hopkins' fossil. I suppose that's what the Hollywood Walk of Fame is.
Well,
Oh, hey, if you want to see some fossils, go to the White House. Dap me up loud as fuck. Dap me up. Just do a handshake. Any handshake.
you want me to dab you up?
Mm-hmm. Any handshake. We just did. You couldn't see that. It looked pretty cool. It was urban.
Yeah. Okay,
Anyway.
I'm liking what's happening because the past 45 seconds have had so much culture. And culture didn't...
Ow, I bit my fucking lip.
You okay?
I'm fine. It just tastes like, everything fucking tastes like blood now.
You needed something?
I bit it so fucking hard.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I just bit it. Jesus fucking Christ! I bit my lip harder than I ever have before in my entire fucking life.
Imagine this.
And then I
You
immediately
would not
choked on it.
have ever bitten a lip because you wouldn't have had a lip without the Big Bang.
Well, that happened. That was then, and this is now. And right now, I'm telling you, I bit part of my lip, and then a chunk came off, and I fucking choked on it while I was trying. And I think one of my teeth fell out at the same time.
That was a twin snake.
Anyway, okay. So where are we?
Culture
Culture.
doesn't exist yet.
Yeah. Well, let's see. What would you say was the pinpoint of culture? Was it the first mammoth polishing its tusks with a clump of moss? The pinpoint of when culture started, really.
That's a good question.
Hmm.
That's a really good question because, you know, I am glad that we're past that. I'm sorry to take another detour, but I'm glad that we're past that whole sound effects fiasco.
Right. That was
I
bad.
just want to address that, but I mean, it's the first episode of Mavus, you know.
Mm-hmm. Listen, we're not gonna be perfect. You can if you're gonna count on us for anything, we know cool shit, and I can cook a mean lasagna, and you can come to us for culture and politics.
That is culture itself. Yeah, what the things that you just said.
We're what the culture feeling is how I would like to say it.
Yes.
Well, we don't know about the sound effect. If it's really a result, let us know.
Okay. Anyways, you said why don't we step on human fossils?
Right, exactly. That was my question.
Because culture. We did not. Dinosaurs were basically eating shit all day, and they didn't know anything. But they had a lot of instinct that we don't have. We don't have the instinct to bury people, but we think we have the instinct that, oh, that doesn't smell good. Oh, Grandpa's body is disturbing, and that.
You don't want to leave it out on the kitchen table for 3 days while you're recording a mixtape.
No,
Trust
that's
me,
for the freaking Manson.
Because Charlie and I have made that mistake. You
What?
don't want to do that. Leaving your grandpa's body out on the table for 3 days, while you're trying to record a mixtape, before you realize that you can get into podcasting and make most of your money doing that.
Yeah, podcasting's way better than a mixtape. Way better.
Way better.
And I think
our
that
monthly
is our
listeners
creative
have shot up.
instinct.
Why do you think? Listen, guys, can I ask you a question for a change? After you guys are fucking constantly pestering us with a question, can I ask you for a question? Why do you think we're in this penthouse recording this shit?
Because we don't give a fuck. We
Well,
just do what we
that
do.
for one, let's step up. And two, why do you think? I don't remember what my second question was.
We
but
don't give a fuck. That's why we are different from other historians.
We don't care.
Yeah, you can't edit this shit. We have Mavispedia. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go.
And
Let's
so-
go.
Yeah, and so. So what is that?
What are you talking about? What's up?
The fucking sound effect. Dude, you're not telling me you don't hear that.
Why are you yelling so loud?
Because I can't hear anything over the sound effect.
You can't hear what I'm
It's
saying?
not a sound effect. It's a.
Turn it off then.
Okay, give me your soundboard.
Did you turn it off?
Yes.
How the fuck am I supposed to know that? I can't hear anything you're doing. What are you doing?
Can I ask you what
Viewers.
You said
Viewers, leave a comment if he's playing fucking, I don't know, porn through the speakers right now. I wouldn't know.
it's your soundboard. You said that you had what sounds did you say you had?
I can tell you.
Because
I have the office.
that was-
No, God, no.
I do
I
like
have-
that scene quite a bit.
I do.
No. Or what
It's
did you
like,
say?
well, no, comes in, he's like,
Toby.
I really thought it was Tony.
Oh, Tony is the gay one.
The gay Mexican.
Yes.
It's Toby comes
Or
back
that's
in.
Oscar.
He goes, "Hi, hello, Michael," and Michael goes,
Michael, I want to fuck. Literally. That was that whole dynamic. What the hell?
I don't know. All I'm saying is you could cut the tension with a knife in between them.
Yeah. Wait. So what were we talking about?
I have no idea what we're talking
So
about.
okay. You ready? Culture.
Mm.
Dinosaurs.
Culture.
We see them as savagely weird.
Basically cavemen.
And we think we're so smart. It's such a humanistic thing to think that because you know when they did when they
hit you in the dick.
the T-Rex now we know is so powerful.
Pretty good.
And I do wonder if culturally Jurassic Park played into that at all to make them more powerful or to make them seem or to make people know
That
that
was a Stegosaurus.
they seemed more powerful.
That was a Stegosaurus. The one that breaks through the fence. That was a Stegosaurus.
At what part are you talking about?
The most iconic scene where it breaks through the fence and he's holding the flare up, that's a Stegosaurus.
So you think that's a Stegosaurus?
I don't know if think is the right word. It's more of a knowledge. So, and then, so what happened?
It's
so
a
it was,
okay.
were we
well,
at apes?
No. It's anyways with T-Rex. We now know how powerful they are. You know.
Right.
And, they thought that. Look what you can do with this. I have two Scottish
Brother, you
Silurian
just
periods
iced
around.
your wrist.
I know. And
Oh my
okay, what
God.
is that? You
Okay,
hear that?
I heard
you
that.
Hear that?
I did hear that.
That's
Hey,
what I've been hearing this entire time.
looks
That's
like I
not
got
even,
my
not
swagger
even a
back.
sound effect.
That was the theme
I don't know
song.
what that is.
That was the theme song. It's by
Is
Trap
it slowed
Geek.
down?
I don't know. I guess that did sound like it was slowed down. I was trying to.
Oh, it does sound a lot like the thing that's slowed down.
Do you think that's what we had going on?
I guess so. I really have no idea how that even could have. Do you have a pedal that you're pressing with your foot?
Mm-mm.
Do we even have that on the soundboard, or did I just make that up?
Pick that up, please.
Okay, I will pick that up. But, here's what we need to talk about: is when they had discovered the T-Rex fossils, they had this idea, because we know now that it balanced itself like a chicken, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you hear that? Tell me that you
I'm
hear that.
playing that. Why would I not hear it? That's for your segment.
Oh, okay. Actually, I do like that.
Thank you. Keep going.
That is sick.
Keep going.
I do like that.
It's
That's
for
pretty
your
cool.
segment. So
Yeah.
I know you like. So
Okay,
say
okay.
it.
So, we now
Christ.
know. This is melting on my wrist. We now know that the T-Rex balanced itself like a chicken.
Right.
It doesn't sound like a chicken, but it is a chicken. in
No,
a
this
way.
doesn't sound like a chicken.
No, but when they found it, they had this thing that they thought, you know, T-Rexes or dinosaurs must have been so stupid, so much below humans that they walked just dragging their tail on the ground.
No, they didn't.
We
do
thought that they could never have been powerful in any way, but what they really are is the fiercest predators, as you can hear,
Mm-hmm.
of the Jurassic period.
So
So let's get into the Jurassic period.
Jurassic period. Okay, guys.
I think the most consistently relevant, not source, but I guess if we're still talking about culture, is Jurassic Park 1,
The
2,
movies?
and 3. Yeah.
And
My favorite was always Lost World.
really?
Or I get of the new ones, I like Fallen Kingdom.
And you guys, wholeheartedly, from everyone here at the Mavus, we want to welcome you to the Jurassic period.
Welcome to Mavis Park.
Yeah.
So that's copyrighted. Okay.
All right, everybody.
Jurassic.
We're
You
back.
know we asked it.
We're back
yeah, we
after-
back in the Mavus.
We're back after a little break
Like a
at the Mavis.
savage.
Everybody here at the Mavis would like to formally welcome you to the next part of our first episode on the history of the world, the Big Bang. Welcome to the Jurassic period. Anyway, we just want to welcome you to the Jurassic period.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Pretty much what we wanted to do.
and this is kind of my area of expertise.
Did you have a honey barbecue packet that I saw, or did I make that up? Or honey mustard?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Guess
Okay.
I'm completely bonkers. But, It
Alright.
would be a good idea to have a whiteboard or something to draw on for this. Do you think that would be helpful for the listeners?
Well, they couldn't see that, could they?
Oh, no. But I think it would help us describe things better. We have papers. You could draw on papers.
Do you want some papers?
No. How about... Okay, whoever is heading this segment... Okay, who knows more about Jurassic?
I would say I did because I was that was the part I was the one who did the research on that.
Wait, can I ask something?
Go ahead.
I actually don't think Jurassic was after Triassic.
Was it not?
I think it was Mesozoic or something.
You would know.
Okay, let me see. Not the Stone Age. Hell no. That is, we're still hours away from the
Hell
Stone Age.
no. To the no.
Yeah. So
Such an amazing period of time, though.
I just need a timeline. Why do I not have a timeline pulled up? This fucking thing barely works.
I think I was the expert on this part, though. I was.
Okay, well you can say it after we figure out which part was after this. Or what did I say?
What?
Okay, no. Okay. Do you just know what I just found out?
What? What's up?
This is all in the Mesozoic era, but there's periods within those. The
Really?
first one being Triassic, the second one was Jurassic.
So what are we in? The Torsic and Ashen?
We're in the Stone Age still.
The Torsic and Ashen experiment?
What?
The God experiment? What part are we in?
The,
I'm actually looking up what happened. Can I tell you what happened?
yes!
Alright. The yearly Jurassic period, one of the major Triassic-Jurassic experience events, was associated with the emergency of the Central Atlantic Magnetic Policies. The Troatian period, which began about 183 million years ago and is marked by the gods of life creating a world of asteroids. What? That can't be right. And an event, and kind of having an ocean acidification event, an ocean acidification and global temperature rise
I like that.
event, and associations with extinct particles, probably caused by the extinction of the Carbon Islands. However, the late Jurassic lacks a clear definite boundary with the Cretaceous giants, and is the only boundary between geologic peoples that includes a full history of the atomic monster.
Yeah. The atomic monster.
I
Godzilla.
No, I don't. I think this is about.
And he is bipedal.
You're bipedal. I'm sorry.
So, who were the rulers of Jurassic? You ready? We
T-Rex,
know, obviously, T-Rex.
Allosaurus,
Stegosaurus.
Spicosaurus,
Compsognathus.
Swordfish, Coelacanth,
Compsognathus.
Oarfish, spider monkey, spider crab, black widow spider, and Triceratops,
Brachiosaurus, Brontosaurus,
Geodude,
Pterodon, Pterodactyl.
Terabolo.
Okay, we never even said Velociraptor.
Velociraptor, a sky velociraptor.
The what else is there?
The terrible emperor.
Okay,
Alright.
we had some technical difficulties and lost about 10 or 15.
Minutes of Mavus, but we are back, and I peeled it. But basically, what you missed, I don't remember a single thing we said.
All I remember is that I was screamed to act like the Dilophosaurus. I am fucking losing my mind. Or
You alright?
okay, what's it called? You ready? We have come on. It has a name. Let's be nice.
The Pathlorus.
No, the Dilophosaurus. And we were saying it kills. I think his name is Nedry. Exactly.
I remember farting and I almost shit myself.
Yeah, I remember
like I
saying
was
that
gonna
the
shit my
London Bridge was the Big Ben's penis.
Oh, that's right. If you look at how they're mapped out, that's true.
Which is fully biological.
Right, it's all biological, and that's descendants theory, which we don't want to descend into that theory too much.
I'm sure we can get back to So probably something even better than what we were saying anyways.
Right. Than what I was saying, but the point remains.
So, Jurassic period existed for a long time. Okay, you ready? It
Okay.
was almost 200 million years after the Triassic period, which is just crazy. But it was 65 million years ago. Were we talking about culture yet?
I don't know.
Well, let's rehash it. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Culture is extremely important. We were talking about how important some things are and how the beauty of Michael Crichton's mind was that he knew both culture and the uncultured. And these two periods, putting them together gives you the most accurate description of what it's like.
Right,
to
we were
be
talking about the
blinded
beginning of what we think
and have your stomach cut
kind of
open
the
by a
beginning of what
Dilophosaurus.
when we think modern culture was created.
Yeah.
And Charlie, we were trying to pinpoint that. Charlie, I want to ask you about something you said earlier. And you said that we wanted to pinpoint when modern culture started, when culture really existed. Because I think this did not get cut out, but we were talking about how it's a cultural consequence.
Divine,
I
I'm
want
gonna
to
get
say
in on the flow.
You fucking legend. No, but it's a cultural, really.
And I think you
It's
said
a
something about a
consequence of
planet
the
of
creation of-
asteroids too.
I probably did. It's a consequence of modern culture that we're not constantly walking over the human fossils.
Oh, yeah.
Despite the fact that dinosaurs were constantly walking around next to dinosaur fossils.
Okay,
You know,
this is
you picture if you're a plesiosaurus and you're on your way to work. Maybe you work at dinosaur.
yeah, and this is what I was-
Maybe you work at some kind of factory that makes something for dinosaurs. I don't know what they ate or what they did really, but you work at some, and you're on your way to work and you look down and there's a fossil of a human.
And you'd
Or
think
not
they
a
would find
not a
they would think
dinosaur.
they would find fossils more often. But
Right,
the first
and-
land thing that we found that in the Scottish Silurian period may have not actually been the first. Okay, you ready? May have not actually been the first land walker because it got one who was actually the first one got trampled on. Now we don't have the instinct that dinosaurs have, but we have the instinct of that smells horrible. We need to bury it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have the culture of burying.
Right. Bury your dead ones. And if your kids are alive,
And give them
no
their
need.
roses.
Give them their crown. I'm gonna be completely honest. Between me and the potentially hundreds of millions of viewers that we're pulling on this podcast, I don't think I've really gotten my flowers as a podcast, as an influencer, or as a
Futurian.
podcaster. Right, that's Futurian theory, and but that will be on another episode probably. We're covering. I want to let you guys in on a little secret, which you probably noticed. I've been doing quite a bit. There's a Futurian period, which is from right now into the future, into the end of time.
Contemporary period.
And there's a back period, which is from when we recorded this podcast until backwards until the big boom.
Big Bang.
Thank you.
These kind of taste weird.
I like them, but I'm just
I
saying.
like them too.
In between right now, and when we record the podcast in a week or so. No, next week is the one where we discuss the connection
Popcorn.
between popcorn and
Butterflies.
butterflies. But in between now and maybe 2 weeks from now, when we discuss the other one, that's going to be the only period in the history of Mavusian technology that's not covered by this podcast, and therefore will be the only period. Those 2 weeks will be known as the lost ages to future historians who will undoubtedly
It will probably
be relying on
become-
the golden records of the Mavis annals of history to
Literally, it will
build
be
their
lost
society.
media.
It will become lost media. It will be, that episode of SpongeBob that was banned because they were having sexual.
Squidward was fucking something.
Yeah.
But okay, I remember something else amazing that happened. You ready? We were discussing how.
You want this thing?
Yes, we were discussing how
the whole time I chewed on it a little.
okay, this is amazing. So we were thinking about how back then.
And then there's now.
Shut up! We were thinking about how back then the air was so thick so thick. The entire world was a hot swamp,
Mm-hmm.
and the world was the world was so thick. Everything that existed now in terms of bugs and millipedes also existed back then, but was bigger because it needed bigger lungs to be able to breathe swamp air all the time. And you would think, okay, don't we need bigger lungs to breathe smoke air, because we technically have more pollution than we did have than they had back then.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, no, because we have technological lungs.
Oh yes, and we
were
do. Charlie and
pulled
I
out.
we were kind of talking about. Sorry to interrupt you there, buddy. The difference between the pollution back then it was like breathing in a whole fog of swamp ass. When you were in one of those swamps with those dinosaurs in the Plesiosaurian or Jurassic era, it was kind of like breathing a thick, heavy, like kind of a thick, heavy fog, like you're breathing in vape smoke. And nowadays, that's kind of more of a technical, digital Wi-Fi pollution, which is why you're seeing a blue glow around buildings, and why there's sometimes, you experience wokeism.
Basically, the woke theme.
Yeah, basically, no, the theme of woke would be this,
I'm glad we rehashed that. All of that.
the theme of woke would be something like this. I got a tiny dick and blue hair. I got earrings and I work at the Apple store. I eat oatmeal for breakfast and oatmeal for dinner because I'm
It would
gay.
be this. You ready?
Fuck my life.
It would be this. You ready?
What?
By the time I get to Phoenix,
But it'll
she'll
be-
be working.
She'll be DEI.
Because the fucking woke mob is fucking woke. And
So where were we? So that's the Jurassic period. Moving on, and this is when we get closer to human history. Now, we don't want to sound woke, but we personally believed all our lives, because we were raised in this kind of household, and we still believe this, and you can't stop us, is basically that humans were founded as apes. We began as apes. Guys, it's neither here nor there. It's not really up for discussion.
so after the
We were-
Jurassic period was the
We
Cretaceous.
were apes, which was apes. Then you can tell because there's
So did
fossils.
apes and dinosaurs really exist at the same time?
I
because
think
here's what we
they
know.
existed before.
Here's what we know. All dinosaurs were birds or alligators. So
We are monsters.
yes. Oh, and something else you said, the atomic monster.
Right, we were
I don't
talking
remember
about...
why you said that.
No, that was before we got to the Jurassic period, I'm pretty sure.
So
It was about
we were also thinking
45
about...
minutes before that, so...
Well, we haven't even hit the 8th or quarter mark, so...
Guys,
Because we're only the Jurassic.
you're probably sitting at home thinking, I have to go to bed, I have work early in the morning. Call in to work for the
Guess
next
what? It's
6
the
or
Mavus. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah, the Mavis. The Mavis is taking off. I'm calling in for the next 6 or 7 days. And if you don't like it, you can kiss my keister, because the Mavis is going there and going further. So
Basically...
back to the what was it? Which period? The
The
Creolus.
Cretaceous.
The what?
Cretaceous.
The Creo. I'm sorry.
The Cretaceous.
Cretaceous period. The prenuptial period,
Cretaceous period, yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah. So, and if we were thinking about, okay, they all had hide and scales, not really scales, but they all had leathery hides, and they had, oh, that really hurt my nose
Oh my
badly.
god, yeah, it smells like it hurt. I smell blood. You ever burp and 2 little droplets of blood drop out of your nose?
Out of each nostril?
Yeah.
No, but I one time, well, it's fine, but we had these animals with they had these animals with a hide and a leathery thing, and we had what we now know. Velociraptors were also completely birds. They were feathered.
Mm.
So, if they were feathered, when did fur babies come along?
Fur babies?
Okay, I'm going to look up if the Cretaceous period actually had any monkeys at all. Because I think great apes, there was the Lost World, which had, or the last dinosaur, what was the movie?
The Cretaceous period?
What's the movie where there's monkeys and dinosaurs and they go to a pool?
They go to a pool?
You know what I'm talking about. At the end they say, it's got a pool.
What the fuck? I remember that too. I can't remember what it was though. What was it?
I don't know, but that had monkeys and... So, yeah, monkeys and dinosaurs coexisted. The earliest known primates, including the ancestors of monkeys, lived alongside dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous period. The earliest primate fossils date back to 65.9 million years ago. These belong to the genus Purgatorius, which is the oldest known Placidiferium. Placidiform. Placidiform. Placidiforms are a group
tell you
of...
what, this music makes me want to have another one of those clementines. Do you want one?
Sure. Why the hell not?
Guys, welcome aboard.
And I think we are getting to the... You ready?
Our favorite
We'll say it
part.
at the same point. At the same... The
latest
longest
episode of
the longest part of the
period in
episode,
history.
which was, of course, jungle.
The jungle period.
Yeah.
And guys, I'm gonna tell you something.
This is gonna
one-
take up hours.
So this is a precursor to this. I was basically introducing to you guys the creation of monkeys by David and Goliath in the deeps of the rainforest, and kind of the Helm's Deep of the rainforest for any Lord of the Rings fans out there. Point is, this is kind of the creation of the jungle.
And giant bunnies.
Bunnies and apes, that from the end of the Jurassic period when the monkeys were created. So basically, from the day monkeys were created is the beginning of the jungle period, and to the end of the jungle period goes right up, kind of bumps tails with the beginning of the, I want to say, when Cro-Mag Rally was filmed, and then from there it's only 10 or 15 years until the
The atomic
redcoats.
jungle.
The atomic, well, that's during the jungle period.
Mhm.
Then from then, it's only about 15 or 20 years till the creation of the Mayflower, which was a few centuries on its own, but then they sailed that to Pocahontas, and then basically,
you're gonna hurt yourself.
you blink and we're at 9/11. But don't worry, we're gonna slow down and take you through this history like it's a motherfucking, it's gonna feel like you lived it, you guys. So I've got a list, hang on, this jive-ass list right here, of some theories that I
So
wanna-
again, we are in the
No.
jungle period.
No. We're in the jungle period. There's a variety of things that happen within the jungle period, looking back at it from a historical perspective. And the first prominent thing that historians, you might have heard this, you probably heard this in class or in the Jurassic Park series, the green tree giant theory. The green tree giant theory.
What's that?
There wasn't much information on it, so I'm just gonna actually skip ahead, unless you have any input on that. The green tree giant theory.
Well, I mean, when we don't know what to do, what do we do? Make connections.
Make connections and
So-
descendants theory, also.
Yeah,
Probably
so green.
Descendants theory.
Yeah. So green tree giant. That reminds me of the Hidden Valley giant.
Or green tea,
Mm-hmm.
which is also delicious.
Both are delicious.
Okay, and then next we have the Dinosaurus comet theory, which states a comet came from outer space to rule the fate of Disney or dinosaurs, basically creating a chain event in which the ape city was cured of many viruses, leading to a sexual revolution within the ape colonies where many apes actually had sex until they died, creating a biochemical fungus layer that was actually the foundation of modern day New York Times. Do you have any
Yeah.
input on the Dinosaurus comet theory?
Well-
Theory.
Comets?
And you know you love dinosaurs. You know we love dinosaurs on this podcast.
Yeah, I love dinosaurs, and it's funny because comets, we think of
We think of them a lot.
so dinosaurs were so powerful.
Nothing funny about it.
We're so powerful, and yet we're destroyed by comets.
Right.
And we think that, even if we can predict them, they still are. They would wipe us out entirely. So other inhabitable planets are. If you ask certain people, Mars, but
Let's be honest, and this is all for all of you Mavis heads out there.
We're not going to Mars.
No. And that brings me to my next point. The definition and the etymology of the word jungle originates from the Sanskrit word jangala, which translates to barn or arid, and it entered the English city language during the 18th centuries through the Hindustani world for Hindu and jungle.
what was this?
The word jungle has also been retraced into English as jingle, jungle, and jangle. And it suggested that in an Anglo-Indian interpretation led to its ascension with the dark tangled thicket. The term is widely used in various languages of the Indian subcontinent and in the Ionian Plateau, where it is commonly referred to as the plant growths that was replicated by atomic forests or overgrown tropical vegetation in abandoned areas. 5. The tropical monster. This leads to the domestication of bacterial land flies and the creation of modern music. Do you have anything to add?
Well, sorry, just give me a second.
No problem. I'm actually taking any chance I can to get back into my pocket and do some research.
So, I think that's kind of interesting because language, we talk about trying to pinpoint the moment that culture started, and there was always kind of a culture. I mean, dinosaurs, I don't know if really eating something is cultural, eating each other, but I think monkeys swinging from vines is very different from swimming or running or flying.
Okay.
Because monkeys can... Okay, this is what we have, is a dimension that nobody else can reach of flying. Is everything else. Monkeys can swim, monkeys can run on all fours, monkeys can eat, monkeys can do all this stuff.
You can fly.
Well, they would look up, see Wait, sorry, the music is
We'll
almost...
play the next song.
Okay, well, they would look up and they would see
Mhm.
something that has this dimension over them that was...
Kind of a golden lord.
Yeah, and it was kind of this thing that could...
Take
also,
over their brains.
monkeys being the only thing that was furry is interesting because sure there was marmots and stuff, but monkeys were these things that were furry while everything else was feathered and hided, and it's kind of interesting to look up and see a leathery.
You don't want to hide.
Wait, oh, sorry, this is
A leather quiz, really?
Yeah, they would see a leathery beast, a winged beast, and think, okay, I can do these things, I need to swing from vines. Which that, to me, is entering some sort of cultural vibe.
War.
Well, it's funny you say war, because there definitely was wars. I mean, if you think about artifacts of giant bones and giant tree logs and tree trunks
Yeah.
and things, and bananas, peels.
Which are preserved mostly
Banana
through
peels
the-
put on the
through-
ground to
through
make somebody...
limestone layering. And that brings me to my next point, which is that it says here jungle scholar Anal Ginsberg's new documentary found its way from the Amazon to the big screen, from Noemi Peppercorn, says Noemi Peppercorn from the Jewish Journal.
I guess that's pretty interesting.
I thought so.
Well, so they learned to swing on vines, which is different because it's a swinging back and forth. Think of it this way. Zombies or dinosaurs could run, and it was always a up and down bobbing of the head like a chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And monkeys...
Stabilization for prey purposes really is a scientific explanation for it.
Yeah, and monkeys, and like I was saying earlier, you know, we discover them and think, oh, they must be dragging their tail on the ground stupidly.
In between their legs, kind of hunkering down. But really, monkeys were not so primitive. Monkeys were, in some ways, more technologically advanced than us.
So they invented
for example,
the metronome motion.
Yes, by swinging their dicks in between their legs when they
No,
walked.
on a vine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, and anyway, there's so many things. Think of a treehouse. Where do you think we got that? No, it was not from Einstein. He was more into technology. For example, we would not have the iPhone if it wasn't for Einstein. Why do you think it's called the iPhone?
Yeah.
No,
And
I'm asking you, why do you think it's called that?
Oh. Wait, what did you say?
Why do you think the iPhone is called that? Because it was invented by Einstein.
Okay, not really, but I
Maybe
think,
not
again,
really.
we have to just really stop mentioning humans because we're not there yet.
Well, apes are humans.
Yeah, okay, that's true. But, so
Here.
they invented this metronomic motion, right?
Right, swinging the dicks in between the legs.
Okay,
dicks.
swinging on vines, and they invented this motion of going back and forth.
Which, without the word vine, we wouldn't have the app Vine.
It
Which we
probably
don't
takes
have.
5 seconds to swing.
Mm-hmm. And we don't have Vine anymore. We have TikTok. And TikTok was the sound of
A
water
metronome.
dropping in. Yes, a metronome and water dropping into the aqueduct, which brings us back to my original point. Many of the technological advances we have today, like aqueducts, which we credit to the Romans, were really technological advances that we should be crediting to the ape kingdom, because they were actually building water ducts to begin with, trying to transport coconut water.
Yeah, and if you think of a bamboo being a middle-y hollow thing, then...
They're not medieval. They're more than that.
Much more than that.
They weren't even colonial. They were 21st century ass shits.
And they would...
You hear that song? Makes you want to dance.
Yes.
Oh.
You're cleaning that up.
Sorry.
That's the third time that you dropped that.
Oh my god, I got limestone all over the fucking floor. And Lego pieces and tacks. All sorts of sharp objects.
So again, we can't get too close to talking about tax because the Boston Tea Party is another. Okay, and what? Okay, then okay. If I already did just bring that up, then so no, that doesn't go there. So dropping something into water, I'm sure monkeys did that, but I can't think of an example.
Mangoes when they were done eating it. Maybe the peel of a mango.
Yeah, they would drop a mango into the water,
Right.
and they would. It's funny.
Kind of how we land the Mavus.
Sorry.
When we land the Mavus, kind of a similar technique.
Yeah. A drip drop. And people were always asking me when the Mavis was gonna drop.
And for that, guys, that question basically goes back to the beginning of time.
So, we have this idea of monkeys having long arms as well,
And long
and
chairs,
T-Rexes. If you think of the dinosaur, I'm getting kind of distracted. If you think of the dinosaur, the dinosaur would be the T-Rex.
I just picked up a piece of poop.
Did you really?
No.
Okay, well the dinosaur would be the
Stegosaurus or better.
the T-Rex, and it has tiny arms. They're just really. They wanted to make fun of its tail so bad, but the arms are just not really for anything.
Mm-mm.
And okay, I can't
Sad.
look at that article. And it's interesting
Don't read
because
that.
the earliest primate ancestors rapidly spread after dinosaur extinction. So we took to the trees.
Right.
And the trees.
Not so happy about it. I think that was the point of green tree giant theory. It's actually old folklore within the monkey kingdom, which, of course, is the only way we have preserved folklore descended from the monkey. Please get off your phone. Alright, that is valid. Viewers, for all of you blind people out there, or people who are wondering what he showed me, it was basically a picture with a monkey with a speech bubble that said, "Let's get out of the trees." And that kind of leads me to my next point. It was the green tree giant theory, which is a preserved myth from the monkey folklore Bible books, which was actually a theory that, or not a theory, kind of a folklore. There was a green tree giant, kind of a poisonous atomic giant that was driving the monkeys from the trees. And like I said, monkey realm and jungle period goes all the way up to the beginning of the creation of time. And if you think about how long monkeys lasted, and they're still around today, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe fully that they split off and became humans. I think they're two different species, but
Yeah, they're definitely different. That's another difference. You ready?
I have noticed that.
But here's where it gets a little bit confusing with differentiation or differentness theory, is that
When you try to start doing math.
yeah, it's like monkeys with popcorn and history. You can
Culture.
tell the difference between popcorn and history. Monkeys and humans, you could say, oh, monkeys are covered by hair. Guess what? Humans really have a lot of hair. And guess what?
What?
I think that the primary thing here, the primatey thing, is that probably is down to the way they mate. Because they have
monkeys, if you watch them, which I have a lot, because it kind of.
I mean,
It's kind of
before
a
this
special
episode,
interest.
even we were just
Watching videos of it mostly, which is hard to find on YouTube because it's so close to human pornography that they actually, and we don't have access to adult YouTube because our parents put as part of our contract for us being able to live with, or no, we don't live with our parents. We live in a spaceship. But anyway, so we're not on kid YouTube, and we're actually watching adult YouTube, and we do actually.
we can watch whatever we want.
We have access to.
You can watch a monkey
adult
completely
sites.
do a facial.
Yeah, it's not funny, but we
No,
were
it's not
noticing that
funny.
most of the time when they're not distracted by rubbing their cum on each other's bellies, they're usually a missionary. 90% of the time you see a monkey, it's gonna be a missionary with a beautiful female monkey, and that's
so
the
then
difference
it
between
really starts to get. Well, so what is the difference then?
between monkeys and what were we talking about?
And humans,
Um.
the way they mate.
Oh, humans
Okay, I know what the difference is.
wear bikinis.
Yes, but also monkeys.
They're missionary.
Yeah, so that's not a difference. But humans
Mhm.
have this way.
Humans are more
communicating.
vanilla for sure.
They have a way of communicating that is they can talk, and humans will. Usually, it doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl or whatever. They will start. They will know each other, or maybe they just met, and they will kiss, and then.
Usually foreplay.
Yeah, they'll basically start touching each other, and then they say something like. I guess I don't really want to explain it, but they will say something.
They'll say something like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really want to know, not to know.
You know though.
I don't want to say, but they will say something, and then with monkeys.
Sorry, I'm sorry. And it basically, to me, it's like when a woman and a man love each other very much. I know.
Yeah.
All right, back to the podcast. So where were we at? So where does
where monkeys
the first
fall on
specimen
with
of
the
basically
conversation.
the monkey subgenotype was the creation of a very famous specimen, fossil really, which was a monkey that lived, I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 65 to 75,000 ages ago, and her name was Sadie. She's one of the most famous fossils in the world. She's up there with Sue the T-Rex. Her name was Sadie. She's known for, she has tattoos on her belly, and she has long green hair.
She's a beautiful monkey.
She's beautiful. And you wouldn't believe how pretty she is. People say she's beautiful, and you think you see some animals are beautiful, but she is actually attractive.
And you can see the husk of her lips because they faded out because it was just meat filling up lips, but which is how it works.
I don't think, have they ever found the meat that was in her lips?
No, meat fades away, but the outside layer is there, and they could stretch out the
think
skin and see that her lips were really big.
And this is a little bit of a X-rated anecdote, but I visited the museum where they keep the actual fossil.
It's Sadie.
Sadie, the actual fossil Sadie. And they did include the fact that certain areas of her recovered body were used to make pocket pussies.
Sadie was a beautiful monkey lady.
Yeah, and like I was saying, you can. Most people would tell you that, because if you see a zebra and someone says there's a beautiful zebra at the zoo and you go to visit it, it's beautiful because of the black and white stripes and maybe the quality of its hide that's almost resembles velvet without the beautiful deep red color. But when you see Sadie, she's actually attractive. I don't want to say sexy, but she's really, really pretty.
And another thing is one of the, there was I think it's 5 great apes, and back then I think they were probably much bigger, and they were mostly orangutans, but they had...
I actually went to visit the original fossil that they have of Sadie, located at the museum in Denmark, where they have the original fossil displayed. And this is more of an X-rated anecdote for most of the viewers that are watching the show, but one of the things they told me is that certain areas of Sadie's recovered body were used to make pocket pussies.
So that's kind of interesting.
I thought that was interesting.
It's interesting how the mold... And that's another thing, is that...
My God.
Parts of these species today still like the same things that these things liked a long time ago. And there was another recovered one. Because it's not all about girls. There was another recovered one named Micah, who was a hugely massive orangutan. And
He was from the Hagedorn clan.
yeah, and he was...
The monkeys, did you know there were clans? There was the Yiga clan, the Haggadorn clan. There was actually the Mavus
The
clan.
Bone Clan.
Maybe if anybody is eagle-eyed, or should I say eagle-eared listeners of the Mavis should be able to listen back to this episode of the pod and maybe spot the reference to where the Mavis got its name, to how we named the spaceship. But anyway.
Yeah, so basically, like I was trying to say, this there's one called Micah that was found.
Mm-hmm.
They call it Micah, and it's so funny to me. It's just so funny that
Don't make me laugh.
what would be the heartthrob nowadays, Luigi Mangione is like not far.
Back then he was
Micah.
Yeah, back then he would, and people like, if you think about the most attractive actors working today, like Timothy Oliphant or Jenna Ortega, or okay, I'll throw in Bryson Tiller, even though he's not an actor. If you go back in time, why?
No, I'm saying.
Anyway, if you go back in time,
play with the dangerous.
if you go back in time, those people would be kind of, I don't know what a nice way to say this is.
Ground beef!
Because those apes wanted to fuck,
Now!
Sadie. Yeah, they
Yeah.
wanted to fuck now as fast as they can. They want to fuck Sadie.
And Micah would pull up, and he just had the biggest thing, and he basically would just impregnate so many people. He was kind of,
He's actually the
we'll
first
get
ape
to this.
and the first organism to ever have successful homosexual sex that resulted in a pregnancy, just because he was
that guy.
He was that.
And
he was
we
him.
will get to this later, but
You think you're him? Nah. He was him.
Micah was him.
His pronouns were him.
And we'll get to this later, but Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan.
He was kind of like the Genghis Khan of the Haggadoran tribe, because he
Genghis
of the
Khan.
whole Mesozoic period, because he was just.
And if you
laying
notice, there's actually a
pipe.
relation. There's actually a relation between Genghis Khan, King. Genghis Khan. They took the us
King
out of
Kong.
his name. King Kong. And then we have Kublai Khan, Khan Academy, and then Diddy Kong,
Diddy is not related,
and then Diddy,
and Donkey Kong.
and Tilly's Kong.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Mm-hmm.
And
So that's kind of a progression of the Kong dynasty.
it's kind of interesting. And if you think of what
Ended
what
with a
Micah
fizzle, not a
was-
bang.
if you think of
But
what
it started with
Micah-
a bang, because
Okay.
that motherfucker.
If you think of what Micah had, it was probably the
banging.
Dong dynasty. And there was other ones. There was Everett. He was a snow ape. This is all things we name them now. Back then, they were.
Back then. Yeah, and if you think about whoever the descendants of Sabrina Carpenter, Sabrina Carpenter, was probably the Song dynasty.
Yeah.
Or
La,
the
la,
Sing-
la.
And if she was descended from King Kong, which she's
And
not.
Barry Keoghan, the deadbeat tribe.
Yeah, deadbeat ass fucking poser ass loser fucking waste of oxygen. But I don't fucking like that guy. But I'm just saying Sabrina da God, if she was descended from King Kong, she wishes, like Kublai Khan was, she would be Sing Song. And Lady Gaga would be Ooh-ee-ah-ah.
And there would be descended from
Barry Keoghan would be like
a tennis player, ping pong.
Mm-hmm. And what else?
Oh, descended from the inventor of the doorbell, Ding Dong.
Right.
And descendant of the first marriage, Ring Ron.
Okay.
And the descendant
Wingstop.
of
We were gonna
Bing
order
bong.
food. Should we order some food?
yeah, we could order a huge amount of food, but
Should we?
Wingstop and
Oh, that's why I thought that. Wingstop.
and sometimes I wonder
Wingstop.
if because I don't want to sound offensive or
So
weird.
I owe Mom $1,287.
Yeah, I'm not really hungry. So, I don't want to sound weird, but there was
Would you do, Sadie?
there was so much homosexual. Well, I don't know. It really sapien homosexual activity that Micah was doing. That I wonder if somehow
For Micah.
that it would. Yeah, for Micah.
That's what this table is made out of.
Okay, for Micah they would do anything, and I wonder if that had some effect on sexuality in the developing evolutionarily brains, because.
Did you know what I heard?
What? Everybody has a little bit of Sadie. Everyone has a little Micah.
Right,
and they were both a lot to handle.
Yeah, a little bit of Sadie is like, that goes a long way. And I'm just saying, a little bit of Sadie is like 500. Everybody's heard that everybody in Asia is 5% Genghis Khan. Well, everybody in the fucking universe outside of our planets too, and we're not even going to talk about interplanetary intercourse that the apes are inventing, because that's not something that most viewers of the Mavus can handle, even though they're some of the highest caliber brains in the universe. I'm just saying, most people have heard about how that statistic, but most people don't know that even if everybody in the universe is only 0.15% Sadie, that's like being 0.99% fucking sex machines. So
yeah, and with Micah, it was like a Sarlacc pit, when it dies, blows up and shoots all of its seeds and everything out into the universe to go on asteroids and spread to other planets.
Shit was like grapeseed. It was like, you're in the splash zone!
Yeah, they talk about Noah's Ark, the great floods.
Ozark?
We don't know what type of things. Yeah, that could have made the Ozarks too, because the Ozarkian part of Pangea, which was being developed as Micah was laying pipe to destroy great huge pieces of stone and make mountains, kind of like Paul Bunyan and his blue ox.
Mm-hmm.
Or what? Is that the right person?
Babe and Paul Bunyan?
Yeah. They would wrestle each other and it would make mountains. Okay,
and
what
Paul
was the one about
Micah and Sadie, when they met, kind of every ape in a 500,000-mile radius cleared the continent, because when they had sex, it actually created, and wouldn't you know it, nowadays, if you go and visit that spot, people are going to direct you towards a little place called Crater Lake.
And there's going to be it's
kind of a
you break off a part of Hawaii.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what happens. You ready? Micah's laying on the ground as the asteroids are coming down. It splits his bottom half apart, and he's such a massively huge ape that it splits off the part of island that he was laying on. That goes to be Hawaii. Such immense force coming from his center, his midsection, bursting upwards, will create a massive volcano on Honolulu.
So that we've explained to you the precursors to Popcorn, Big Ben, Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, he was popping.
Colonialism, Micah Hagedorn, Pocket Pussies, and other things.
Okay, if he created
vampirism,
volcanoes, then Sadie, I mean, you could say she created
the Gulf Stream.
Yeah, basically she created a ton of rivers. Yeah.
So.
I don't know.
Alright, anyway, so that was the sexual
that was only
part
two.
of it.
Yeah,
that was the sexual history of Pangea, basically.
That had repercussions of sexuality,
percussion.
The
way the rhythm though, that's what where do you think we got Zildjian symbols, baby?
What's that?
It's symbols.
Okay. Well, then they also have it reminds me of other things, I guess. What?
Marching bands.
And that's another cultural thing. Yeah, marching bands, so music was from that time. We said the Sing-Song tribe, and then there was things like some monkeys, I guess gender identity is part of that evolution, because some monkeys, it was a different time, And I remember one time I was thinking about how cavemen or people who or monkeys who are people who couldn't really talk to each other would just kind of have to express themselves so much because they didn't have embarrassment about anything, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really was a period of time that we could probably return to where they were really allowed to be or do whatever they wanted. They didn't have. I mean, sure, you had ones like Micah who really. A lot of the male monkeys were thought they had to be macho. But I think people are wrong about this idea that there was, you know, I think it really was more that these were some monkeys who were doing whatever they wanted, and they all lived together, and they would pretty
Sexually.
much constantly bash each other's brains out and eat each other's poop and things like that. But also, what great peace there was in that. It is
Right, no Blue Chew ads or other things.
yeah, the entertainment started to be on coconut shells,
Right.
and it would start to be swinging through vines. It would start to be on cave walls.
That's why we have cave paintings. That's also when they created drawing. So if any of you are art fans, if you've heard of Van Gogh, you can go to a museum and see the original monkey paintings.
And they, let's just say, a lot of these young men monkeys were drawing Sadie.
Yeah. If there was one thing they were drawing.
Sadie with a big heart around her. But she was taller than a mountain, so...
Yeah, she was not a little lady. She was endowed with some
coconut shells of her own. Yeah.
So
It's kind of interesting. And
Yeah,
I guess what would you describe Micah's... Okay, I was talking about his thing becoming volcanoes, but I think it's another thing that could be connected to Big Bang. Bing Bang. Big Bang.
Big Bang, Bing Bong,
Yeah. King Kong, Big Ben, Big Bang.
Sing Song,
Sing Song.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah, is that he could... His thing was... I mean, it's not quite the same, but it was kind of almost... So that doesn't sound right, but it was...
What was a
It
TurboTax
was
ad?
kind of looking like the Big Ben.
Oh, that was 2 minutes long. I thought it was 2 hours long.
And if you look, I'm pretty sure... I mean, everybody gets inspired by something to create a building, but again, we're getting kind of ahead of ourselves. But looking at those cave paintings of Micah's thing must have inspired so much architecture. Because how do you represent fur on a building? Gargoyles and strange cathedrals
Right.
rising out of the ground. But we didn't have that yet. We aren't even in the Stone Age yet. We're still probably only halfway through the jungle period.
Nowadays we're in the Stoner Age.
Yeah, basically. And what plants were they eating? Or smoking or doing whatever? They were so
There was a
advanced.
presence of ayahuasca and peyote like there are now in the American Southwest, but mostly they were crushing up snails, sucking out the innards, or dragging, or just kind of just smoking owl meat and just wrapping things in feathers and just sucking water out of streams and basically.
This was always the wars.
other
I mean,
things.
there was sexual wars, but there was also these things of, we hate these winged hides. We hate these furry runners.
We've been eating nothing but owl meat for 115 years. We want.
Yeah. Or I guess they wouldn't hate... we hate these feathered runners, which we now know, velociraptors, feathered runners
And we
and
wanna say
biters
something
and
to you guys.
scratchers.
Okay, guys.
We hate these scaled things. Just fucking... Please erase them, you know?
And I want to ask you guys, if you're listening out there, can you guess?
What?
Can you guess what that birth that want for something else? That want for something better than eating snails off of the edge of the mountain? They had their wish, okay? They have exhausted all of their methods for figuring out how to smoke different pieces of poop and trying to eat snails.
And catch dragonflies and floss their
And they
teeth.
thought, And one of them just one day just bent down and
Just
started praying.
praying.
And they invented religion.
Yeah, so it's so funny how, I mean, again, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but how much we regressed going back from monkeys and
How much both of us regret. We have a lot of regrets.
Yeah, this is part of the Mavis returnal theory, is that we're trying to get, I mean, I was talking about this soup, but I
Two
more
halves
mean,
can't make a hole without a hole. Giggity, giggity, giggity,
No, I'm
giggity.
sorry.
okay, yeah, there's more,
It was
this,
this.
I see the monkeys as kind of a primordial soup because they were allowed to do whatever they wanted. They could, I mean, they were pretty violent probably, but you know, we're violent now. We're much more violent now.
Shit, I killed someone over Bluetooth.
Yeah, we have these technological wars. Now we are fighting AC-13s or whatever they're called, sitting in a tank 500 meters away from somebody, shooting them.
Battle tactics.
You know what?
We
Do
should
you know what
never
they
have
would
had to
do?
know.
They would say, "My God,
Right.
please," and he would supply them with so many weapons, and they would have. It's funny that cavemen couldn't figure out how, you know, despite what Flintstone says, and no, there was not dinosaurs in caveman times. Cavemen could not make vehicles. Monkeys were much closer to making vehicles.
Right, monkeys. And
And ants.
this
They
is
would.
only marginally related, but monkeys, when you say pass the gravy boat, that was actually a monkey expression. Not a
So
human
what does that
expression.
mean?
It means during Thanksgiving when you want the gravy and it's on a tray.
Oh, I thought it was an analogy. And here's what they would see too: is you see ants. I mean, the classic imagery of this
Ants on a log.
Yeah, you would see ants marching. The classic imagery of the Mesozoic period, or the jungle period, sorry, is these ants marching across a log and a monkey holding his mouth open, and they just go into his mouth. But not having anything to do and spending so much time drawing and watching ants, they would also see ants. You know how they have basically a hive mind another bridge.
Right.
They popped off, making this bridge of. They would sacrifice themselves to get one ant carrying a minty spearmint leaf. You know?
To make gum. And actually what I was saying is because one of the first words that was ever said was, can you pass the gravy boat, or back in the day was, can you pass the coconut leaf, which is a giant.
And can you say it like how a monkey would say it?
No, I don't. Can you?
Pass coconut. Can you pass coconut?
Anyway.
Well, also,
that was basically the first words ever spoken. When Ben Wilson, they'll tell you. It's beautiful music. I never even listened to this.
it does sound nice.
I never realized Ben Wilson, that we were told Ben Wilson was actually the first person to say pizza.
What?
But monkeys.
I was not told that. Is that real?
But monkeys were actually the first person to say anything, and what they said was, will you pass the leaves and the coconuts?
Yeah, and so,
That's just beautiful to me.
you know, they have wars, and they can figure out a sort of hive mind, because they're still closer. It's being closer to a primordial soup, or this hot ocean that existed,
And it feels like it's behind you.
because
And it feels
there's
like
still,
in front of
the
you is
future-
George Washington.
Yeah, the future still exists, but it hasn't happened yet.
Right.
Kind of
and
like how
that's
the Big
futurism
Bang
theory.
pushed color onto these things that already existed, but you couldn't see.
Kind of
or-
the old version of DEI. Wokeism.
Okay, but basically, the you can't push color onto the future. We try to push the past onto the page.
Kind of how the Big Bang gave
Black
form to
ink.
these dinosaur shapes that already existed with its expulsion of gases and multicolored.
Well, just like
Salts.
that. Just like that. I don't remember what I was saying, but the monkeys would see these ants, know how to have a hive-mindedly devious plan, and go to war with each other, and they would also think with each other, okay, we can, because you know the factoid about there's more sheep in Ireland, Scotland, than there is humans, or whatever?
Greenland.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or Iceland, that's why it looks white from above.
Wow. And it's called Iceland because sheep are hot like ice or white like ice. And
Wait, Iverson.
White Iverson. When I started balling, I was young. Yeah. So, anyways,
Tonight they always say congratulations.
work so hard for going to vacation. They never had the dedications. But we can change it. I was saving. I was saving. So, they developed these types of things because if we think about the great empire, the great ape empire
Right.
of the jungle period, it was that same type of statistic where it was literally more apes than there was land to share, which is why they had to swing in trees. You know?
Right. And there was more coconuts than there were apes, which was actually a match made in heaven.
So basically, it was like a bumbling, rolling fields of coconuts and vines.
And God said, "Let there be apes, because I need to get rid of some of these coconuts."
And which is another reason why Micah decided she would need to shape the land with his, you know. Yeah. And it's interesting because if you think of there being so many monkeys per square inch, it was like walking through a concert, you know, a mosh pit.
It was like what it would look like now, today, if Robbie Williams was playing Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, and also it's
Monkey
like
on monkey on monkey on monkey on monkey.
right, and it's also this thought of a cyberpunkian city or Kowloon or whatever, where it's all stacked, you know. And what I mean by cyberpunk is that there's cars on the road and above you. This is what the monkeys were thinking. Again, they're so advanced, more advanced than basically any other civilization.
They
Is
didn't
that-
need Facebook.
No, and their face was a book. Because they could read each other's thoughts. And
I
we're
love
all on their face. And
I love these guys.
and they would be on the ground and then above them swinging in the vines like robotic ships flying out, you know?
And they'd be herding sheep. I didn't know if you guys knew this or not, but they herded sheep.
But they didn't hurt sheep.
No, but they hurt them.
They would hurt each other though.
That's always made me kind of sad.
It does make you sad to think, you know, they would take part of a bone of a extinctoloid animal.
They
'Cause-
shoved up each other's asses.
Yeah, just crush a child ape with it, like Suko. But so that's kind of heartbreaking to think about. But this music is so good,
I know, it's beautiful.
and it makes you think. So many like if you could see a grid pattern, each monkey gets their own grid, and a couple coconuts around them, and it's a turn-based game almost.
Which
You know
was
what I
the
mean?
which was the foundation of the way of thinking that led to 5D.
Yeah, a grid that goes across the entire United States, connecting everything like Death Stranding. Or a lot of... This is another thing. Monkeys were playing games because they all were aware of this grid.
Sadie was playing games wearing that fucking coconut dress. That coconut bra with the palm frond dress.
And she was
Around
also ahead
Michael.
of her time wearing a saber-toothed tiger pelt, like how cave women would do.
Which led...
Which is completely false. Cave women would just be walking around naked, and cavemen, and whatever else.
No, I think they wore a chastity belt in case they were chopping leaves with a saber-tooth and chop their penis off.
Yeah, and
So,
and if we think of what, because cavemen were just so bottom of the barrel, like bottom feeders, but
fucking idiots.
they were lucky because everything else had been wiped out, or not everything else, but their superior form that was before them had been wiped out.
Right.
It's funny how progressive we are, but we do have these almost conservative, we want to return to a time that was, just keep it this way forever, you know? Keep it as apes and monkeys forever.
And go back.
Yeah, and go back to this time where they could all see, as if we're in a VR headset, light blue grid lines, and they say, okay, I have my inventory of me in this grid, I have my coconut drink, I have another...
I have my bone straw.
I have my bone and my bone straw. I have my belt. I have a hat, a big leaf hat because it gets really hot.
I have a stick. That's all I need for a cane. I
Yeah,
have car-
all you
no,
need.
I don't have car keys because I don't need a car keys because I don't have a car.
Yeah, but like we said, they were a lot closer to having a car.
Mm-hmm.
Because cavemen, you do not
No,
think
we
of
are.
them. No, we do have cars. I'm saying them cavemen. Because cavemen, you don't think of them having coconuts at all.
And most
Monkeys,
people,
of
because
course,
of the-
had coconuts
the-
and mangoes.
The prominence of Cro-Mag Rally and the Flintstones in our culture. I think that cavemen had cars, but they didn't.
Yeah,
so.
that's complete bullshit. And I can't even stress how much cavemen are just complete bottom feeders. They just
boneheads.
they don't deserve to exist. They should not be alive.
Well, go to the White House and you might see some of that on display.
Yeah, go to your average White House and you'll see that.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Read Town Hall. There's people walking around dragging their fucking knuckles on the ground with bones in their noses, blue hair.
And you know what's more frustrating?
Wokies or fudgies.
What's even more frustrating is that these modern cavemen are putting apes in zoos like apes are not smarter than them.
Mm-hmm.
It's heartbreaking. I really want one of these. So what type of chips
So
do they
where-
eat? Bugs. Because I remember thinking of modern cavemen, there's these two kids that in my primary would have a bag of like centipedes and worms that were dead and salted on the bus at 8 in the morning. And they'd be like, Charlie, try one.
Is that
And-
true?
Yeah. And I never did want to try one, but I bet it tastes completely fine.
Yeah.
And monkeys were definitely onto that. They were definitely salting things, boiling things in salt water.
Well, if you visit them at
millipedes.
the zoo, which I'm sure you do because they look a lot more like you than most humans do. Just a roast battle between Mavus hosts, which we don't like to do because it in
No,
general
and I
promotes
don't take
animosity.
offense to that.
I'll have to try a little bit
We've
harder
been
next time.
talking for probably an hour about how amazing monkeys are.
I'm pretty sure it's actually been like 2-3 hours. It's 12:30.
I'm saying of the jungle period.
Oh. No, it hasn't been 3 hours. It's been like 2.
No, we have a lot to cover.
We
We're
gotta
still
get-
only in the jungle period.
But we're. This is such an interesting video that just came up. You know what I think? You can see your face. Does she play a good Mary Jane? MJ from Spider-Man?
Yeah, but Mary Jane has. I guess I could dye her hair. I heard that Sadie Sink was gonna play the new Mary Jane.
Really?
Which I don't understand because I thought that she was much younger than Tom Holland.
I
Or is that just because she plays a 15-year-old?
was thinking it was gonna be Millie Bobby Brown.
And also, she plays a 15-year-old who, in her show, gets completely paralyzed and blinded
Yeah.
for no reason. So
Huh.
that's kind of interesting.
So next week is gonna be show reviews.
No, it's not.
No, sorry. That's the week after next week. Oh, this orange has something black in the middle. Guys, listen. I'm gonna say something to you right now. This is hard, but we're coming to the end of the Jungleassic period. And what's happening right now is you're gonna ask. I know you guys, I read the comments, I'm not blind. You're gonna ask, how does it end? Guys, like any era ends. Our era will end like this, the dinosauric era. The era before the big boom was ended by a comet which caused the big boom. The jungle period ended with a comet killing 95.73% of the apes.
Yeah, which if you think about how many monkeys there are now, it seems like a lot because that's pretty much all I ever look at on the internet, but, I mean, it used to be a hairy field,
Mm-hmm.
you know, with trees.
It was like crawling with bugs.
hmm And Micah, being so big, would pick up a rock.
Mm-hmm.
So many of his kind, but smaller, and they go, Micah! He
Mm-hmm.
puts down the rock, and the rock is a mountain.
Yeah.
But I also mentioned Everett. Can we go over that real quick?
Go ahead. Snow ape?
Yeah, he's a snow ape. I have a picture of him, I believe.
Let's pull that up. Let me put my sweatshirt on. I'm gonna go pee, so you just talk about...
I really have to pee too.
Alright. Let's go.
Can I show you a picture of Everett real quick?
Show it to me upstairs.
Okay. It's still recording? Yes, okay. We'll be back. So we're back. So something else I thought of is basically we mentioned the Sing Song tribe, right?
X, C, X.
Mrs. Brat herself. The Brat. Lady
And
of
also
Brat.
something else.
First Lady of Brat. Did you get any more food?
I got some
candy.
oranges.
No, I mean at the gas station.
No.
So, because we did drop by 7-Eleven in the Mavus before we got here.
So
Before we landed at the penthouse. I was just wondering if you got any more candy. I like chocolate and sour
no,
stuff.
I didn't get candy, but I probably should have. So
But I'll eat anything.
something else that I thought of. Do you know
Even sploosh.
who would be
Holes.
who would be the of the skating tribe, the ice skating tribe.
Vince Guaraldi.
Tanya.
Tanya. Leave me alone. Tanya.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
What does that signify?
desert to me. Should we talk about the desert side of the planet? Because it was half of Pangea was desert.
Is that still jungle?
Okay, a
No,
desert jungle. There was snake monkeys.
Right, like from Kong Skull Island, and there were what else? Rockefeller monkey tribes? The
Yeah.
Rockefeller
Oh wait,
monkeys?
I forgot to show you a picture of Everett. Hold on. This is kind of what Everett, and he was as big as a mountain.
Oh, I've seen him before.
So would you like to describe this? Because they can't see it.
Can I see this? So picture something that's roughly the shape of a t-shirt. It has two horns sticking out of the front of its head that are kind of the shape of a mustache, and in between it there's something that's kind of the shape of a smiley face. It has two giant blue eyes and a cute smile, and from the end of its horns it's got a kind of a two string, like a necklace basically, with earrings on either end with blue and silver gems, and then it's got two white arms with black hooves on the end. It's in a snowy gray and black landscape.
Okay, you're looking through my camera roll.
No, I'm not.
Give me that.
I'm not. You describe this. Cute picture.
Okay, that was like a monkey who... They also had skepticals and haircuts.
I know what we should do.
What?
We should call Henry, have him be a surprise guest on the Mavis.
Alright, let's see.
You think he'll answer?
I really don't think he'll answer.
Let's try it. Guys, you're in for a special guest. This is the first guest I think we've had on the Mavis since...
That's
who was-
Anderson?
Puck? Or Stansberry?
Yeah.
Who was our last guest? Oh, Mark Catarello.
Yeah, but
Is
we
he big
recorded about 90 episodes that got deleted. That's why this is... And that was not the Mavis. We had to, like, rethink our ideology. Because
Right.
that was, like... Just... It was called, like, going through history with us or something.
Right.
I guess it didn't really have a name.
It was the solitude of the Mavis twins. It wasn't that.
Things
Anyway,
were so
get that guy
sad.
on the horn.
Well, he won't answer. But
Just ring him. Bring him up on the horn.
I'm trying to.
This is gonna be like, you know what's about to happen? This is gonna be like when a fan took Jay-Z's phone and called, or J. Cole's phone and called,
Jay-Z?
no. Yes.
Called Kendrick Lamar, he didn't answer. Or
Yeah,
something.
and then they put the number in their own phone and called Kendrick Lamar, and he did answer.
I don't think it was Kendrick Lamar.
It was Jay-Z.
That's really sad.
I feel bad for J. Cole.
He's like a random guy.
He's a cookie.
Yeah. And let's see what else there was. So these are just some facts about monkeys, because we had a lot of... I'll be honest, that was pretty much 95% speculation.
Right.
And
Your call has been forwarded to
I
voicemail.
don't
What's
think
up,
The person
Henry?
you're trying to reach is not
I
available.
don't think that
At
really
the
was
tone.
that many rains.
Did he hang up?
I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. But basically, the teeth and upper and lower... What? Oh, the teeth and upper and lower jawbones from a genus of mammals known as Purgatorius. So that's kind of interesting. Because we've talked about religion with...
It's a prison-themed creature, I guess.
I don't know.
Hey, I'm really enjoying this.
Good.
Can you hand me my monster energy?
Yeah, I think we've hit maybe the halfway mark. So, we
Man,
really...
That's funny. Mark lives in a halfway house. I visited him, and he lives.
What's
in
a halfway house?
It's kind of a.
Will you share some of that with me?
Okay, chill with the questions. For one.
What?
And two, I need a good name like DJ Emerald.
Okay, your DJ Spring Spirit.
Okay, can you remember that? You're funny.
Okay.
You are funny.
I mean-
I love you.
Okay, so
Ow, damn, I hate when you fucking shit. I hate fuck. When you're trying to fucking open one of these fucking things and you stick your nail under it and you pull up and it just feels like it's pulling your nail away from the edge of your finger.
yeah, one time I tried to switch on a light, and my finger went between the.
Betwixt the emerald.
It went behind the metal part that carries the switch.
Mm. Did it hurt?
Yes, but anyways, the teeth and upper and lower jaw bones from a genus of mammals known.
A penis.
A genus of mammals known as Purgatorius. The oldest genus in a group of now extinct, or genus in a group of now nearly early extinct,
Penis.
or now extinct early primates called Placidiforms. Placidiforms
Mm.
were collected over 2 past weeks from the last Hell Creek Nation. 2 decades ago from the Hell Creek Last Nation region of northeastern Montana, south and northeast of Fort Peck Reservoir.
Is that true?
The area is also known for its T-Rex and Triceratops fossils, but also some of the earliest fossil mammals. Based on the age of the fossils, the research team estimates that the ancestor of all primates, a group that also includes today's lemurs and monkeys, likely emerged by the late Cretaceous and lived alongside large dinosaurs.
Okay. Can I?
So that basically confirms a lot of what we're saying here.
Can I run something by you?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Wilson Vanilla.
It says
Wilson Matilda.
Nelson Mandela.
Does. So yeah, I mean,
Well, it says-
real
yeah, it says-
scientists
'cause
are
it
just
says-
amazing.
because it says Ginsberg's 1981 memoir of the experience, Jungle, a harrowing true story of a survival in the Amazon. Oh wait, this is the. Hang on a second. That was just the Patois one. Where'd it go?
Scientists describe earliest memory of primate fossils. Oh, that's what I just read.
Featured now in the film called Jungle, starring Daniel Radcliffe, which opens.
Is it Renoir?
No, Jungle.
No, Daniel Renoir.
No, Daniel Radcliffe. October 20. It says the ants did just one of the traumas. Ginsberg, then 22, endured in one of the most dangerous jungles on the planet.
Why are you reading it like that? I don't
It-
understand.
Because that's how it's typed out. You read this shit. I don't know what this says.
Wait,
Read
okay,
it.
I'll read both of these. So first of
Read
all,
it. Read mine.
when an asteroid struck. Okay, this says 66 million years ago.
Read that.
Hold on. 66 million years ago. Has it been a million years since we last thought it was 65 million? Because when I was a kid, it was 65 million years. I think we passed that mark, like that we were at like the
66.
last like 100 days.
You know what
of-
I would guess? It's like it was 65.5 million and now it's 65.6. So now we're rounding up to a different number.
Jesus.
We're rounding in a different
Whoa!
direction.
Don't break this.
Why?
I don't know, but basically.
I am a monkey in the jungle.
Okay, now featured in the film Jungle, starring Daniel Radcliffe, which opens October 20. The aunts did just one of the traumas Ginsberg, then 22, endured in I'm just trying to read this as well as I can. In one of the most dangerous jungles planet him survive starvation. Starvation.
Starvation.
I didn't say that.
Combination.
Oh, I think we're getting a thing. He might say something bad, but I think we're getting a...
Who is this? Who is this?
Can you plug that back in?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
What is up? You are guest starring on an episode of
The Mavus.
Welcome to the Mavus. So
Am I,
what?
Are we live?
Are we alive? Kind of a complicated question. You'll have to listen to this week's episode. But anyway, we're about 2 or 3 hours into this episode, so basically, to anybody who's listening,
Over 3 hours.
is that true?
Yeah.
So anybody who's listening for the first time, this is kind of our little brother of sorts. We consider him to be a brother of ours, and. Well, DJ Emerald, how about you tell them what we've been talking about?
Well, basically, we've been talking about the Great Ape Empire for an hour, and
Or
then
more.
or more, and we haven't even gotten to the Aurora Borealis or anything. But we have.
But we've introduced them to the concept of Micah and Sadie.
Yeah, there's Micah and Sadie. There's a lot of things, but we have to ask you some questions.
Okay,
What?
shoot.
What? What's up?
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
Oh, I see.
So we're wondering, what is
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we have one thing we've been trying to survive this, or solve this entire time.
Well, we have a lot of things we've been trying to survive.
Yeah, a lot of...
Yeah.
When would you say was the beginning of culture?
Yeah, what would you pinpoint as the beginning of culture? Because if you think back to when the first dinosaurs were walking around, this is kind of the question we've been posing towards our viewers. Is dinosaurs, when they were walking around, weren't walking, there were fossils everywhere, as we now know, because we're still finding them. If we're finding them now, that means there are millions of fossils going everywhere. And when you're a human,
Right.
you don't see fossils anywhere, so at some point in their culture stepped in and said it's not okay to have these things laying around. So when do you think culture started?
So do you think probably when clothes started?
But okay,
Closed
that's
open.
actually pretty much what we were thinking, because we were talking about culture starting with the monkey empire and then completely dying off for a million years with cavemen.
Yes, because we're
Right.
not on this show. We're not a huge fan of cavemen.
They're so
No.
stupid.
Yeah.
So
Well.
and monkeys were wearing clothes. People,
Before.
yeah, cavemen. I think people have this idea. We were talking about Cro-Mag Rally and Flintstones had putting
Right.
this idea in people's heads that cavemen were always wearing cars and driving clothes around, but we don't.
Right. I think there were actually like very few cars.
And they were completely nude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
right.
easy access.
I think they're nude, but they had cars. But cars aren't culture.
I beg to differ. Cars are cultural.
Detroit is kind of built off of cars.
You know what else?
Well, Detroit's made out of cars, but when did we get jeans?
Well, I really don't know what jeans are made of, to be honest. So I don't know.
I think they're made of like plants.
I want to get in her jeans.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear that? Could you hear that?
Yeah.
Let me try to
Listen
get
to this.
Yeah, you can have some of that. I want to get in her jeans.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now listen. Wait, hang on.
Two halves can't make a hole without a hole. Giggity, giggity, giggity,
Can you
giggity.
hear that? Does he have a soundboard?
It was malfunctioning
I
for a
can't-
little while.
I can't hear the soundboard.
You can't? You didn't hear any of that?
No.
Shit.
Well, yeah, Finn couldn't hear it either. I could only hear it for a little while, I guess. But what are some other questions we have? What are some things because we don't know a lot. We have been
we know
mostly
quite a bit.
speculating.
That's not true. We know quite a bit.
this is what our ideology on the Mavus is that we've been
We're
mostly
somewhere in between Socrates and Einstein. Or no, pop culture and popcorn.
Yeah, and there's so many things that are related to popping as well.
Buttered popcorn and butterflies.
Yeah, and we've been figuring out that. So don't interrupt me, okay?
I won't.
We've been figuring out that basically.
Wait. What'd you say?
Well, I can't remember what I was gonna say, but
Tell you what, where you're sitting right now, the shadow behind you looks exactly like you're wearing a costume. Made you look. Now I'm gonna take some of your drink.
okay. Well, anyways, oh yeah. So
Right.
we don't know. We are not scientists exactly, but we are historians and futurians, and we know that a lot of things are just hard to figure out because you don't have that much time. I mean, we have a lot of time to record, but we don't have a lot of time before we record.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
so
raking.
yeah, rinking. So we have to. We kind of. We don't
need to get
have.
like a Jamie type character like they have on
A Jamie?
Oh yeah, on Rogan.
Rogan. Yeah.
Oh well, we do have a sound guy, but he's outsourced.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's actually from a different planet. That's not something I would laugh at. I don't know.
But basically, we don't have the quality, but we have so much quantity. We're covering so much of history,
I don't know why he's laughing at
and a lot of other scientists wouldn't do that.
This is why I'm scared of having
it's
guests on
important to have
the
like a lot of topics.
It's
What's
better to know a little bit about everything, or at least have some ideas about what could have happened,
than to really know about what did happen.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades.
What does that mean? Can I ask you about the atomic monster and where you think the king of Atlantis comes into
play.
Yeah.
comes into play in the nuclear history of the Jungle Kingdom?
Well, the king of Atlantis is blue,
Yes.
and the jungle's green.
Water is wet? Sorry.
It's okay. It's good. I think it's good to have like snarky comments sometimes. I think people like that.
You will definitely like the Mavis.
And what do you think about giving them the history of the pocket pussy?
Yeah. Well, they couldn't have had that until they had pockets.
Well, Sadie
that's
kind
not
of
true.
had a pocket.
Yeah, everybody was out of pocket all the time before they invented pockets.
Yeah. The primordial ape.
Sadie.
The ape soup.
No, we were talking about a sexually positive ape named Sadie.
What'd you say?
Basically, a sexually positive ape named Sadie.
Okay, but I'm gonna say what I don't know. I'm so caught up on this subject because I think out of all the things we've covered tonight, this is the one we spent the most time on, and then I think we deleted it on accident. I
Well,
had
you're
to go back.
cutting out, so I can't hear what you're saying.
Well, listen. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay. Sadie was an ape that. What? You don't want to hear about this?
I feel like every 10 words I should ape that.
Sadie was an ape. Sadie was an
Okay,
ape.
well, I'm just gonna assume that you guys aren't saying anything because I can't hear you, so I'm gonna assume all this time is mine to talk about what I want.
I'm gonna hang up on this little bitch.
Let him say. No, let him cook.
No.
Wait. So, I'd like to talk about a video game that I started playing.
That's
Mm.
It's called
history.
It's called Shadow of Mordor. It's the worst game I've ever played.
What happens?
You play as like an Aragorn type figure. He's really wide.
Wide?
It is. Yeah, he's wide.
Do you
And
mean
his
wise?
son and his son and his wife get killed by apes early on,
Oh.
and then a ghost goes in him. That's basically as far as I am, but mostly you run around, and then the orcs attack you, and a big triangle flashes above their head, which is how you know to press triangle, and you just do that until they die.
Mm.
So,
That's not historically accurate, but it is.
It's historical though, because it just happened to Henry.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, history is happening all the time.
That's what we're saying.
I wouldn't
People,
say that.
Podcasters are historians because
Futurians.
yeah, and futurians because historians. What? I don't.
It's just what you're like, podcasters are historians and futurians because they're like, and then just nothing after that.
Well, okay. I'm so trying to say that historians write that things down in books, but
Do you see a TIE fighter right here?
Please, but history is always going
Are
to
you
be.
guys in a TIE fighter?
No, we're in the
Yeah,
Mavus.
in the Mavus.
And we've landed we
Oh.
parked the Mavis at the top of our penthouse tower in Central Park, which the significance of that to the viewers hopefully is not lost because Central Park was actually built to commemorate the spot where the Big Bang happened, which is now the core of the Earth.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
Big Ben was named after the Big Bang.
But the listeners don't just want to have us go
No,
over what
they
we
wanna
already
hear-
went
That's
over.
why we put pop culture facts in there, like Sadie the ape.
She's more like
Yeah.
She's more like
pussy culture. Let's go.
Hey. All right. Well,
But okay, well then, okay. Can we ask you more questions?
the original city girl.
Yeah, I gotta hop off soon because I have work in the morning.
Okay,
Ryan
what
needs
did,
to Ryan needs to be milked. Bro.
Yeah.
So what could okay, I think we are really going to have to get out of the jungle period soon. So what comes next is all right, you ready?
I don't want to leave the jungle period. I don't like it.
I know, but what
I don't like it.
made the first why did monkeys turn into cavemen?
Well,
One giant.
I'm
leap into
asking
a
him.
Pile of shit for mankind.
I mean, could it be because of the cars?
The desire to
think-
have cars.
Well, no, I think they probably got a car, they bought it or made it.
Probably made it.
They probably would have made it out of just materials they had laying around, like bananas or coconuts.
Mm.
Yes,
That
coconuts.
sounds
yes.
delicious.
And, but I think probably when they were driving it, they just realized that they didn't need hands on their feet anymore.
Oh.
And that was obviously a mistake.
Okay, why did their hair get less?
That was just a fashion decision.
I was about to say.
So
What
they
was
were
the biggest cultural reset that happened during that period? Starts with the letter S and is not fungus.
First the letter S.
F.
Oh,
No, F.
Facebook.
No, that wasn't around yet. That came after. That was a. Well, we already went over this. That was a. Who invented Facebook? Oh, Albert Einstein.
No, he invented iPhone. The idea.
Oh yeah,
The idea of iPhone.
yeah, because he had an idea and his name was Einstein.
Einstein.
Yeah, iPhone. That's where you got it.
Yeah.
Einstein.
What I was-
King Kong.
Yeah, sing
Einstein.
song, ring, ding dong. And what my question was what was my question?
Yeah,
I don't
shoot.
know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Oh,
why did the
starts with
caveman
an
wars
F, what
happen?
was important?
One at a time.
Why was the caveman wars important?
I don't think they were.
Can I say that I don't think they were either?
I'm gonna throw my 2 cents in and say that they weren't that important.
Yeah. I think we could probably all agree on that.
Okay, did cavemen have blue eyes yet?
Maybe some of them.
Were cavemen babies cute?
No, they probably had beards.
Was
Which you
cavemen...
think was probably kind of funny because monkeys have hair everywhere except their beard.
Yeah,
And what?
Mm.
Where do cavemen have hair?
their
beards.
beard.
Yeah, exactly.
They have hair at their beard.
Mm. How did it feel for the first caveman to go into a cave?
I bet he didn't like it at first.
Why did they stop swinging on vines smartly?
Cars.
Oh, I really am getting tired of these cavemen. Okay, why? Well,
Alright, I got time for one more question.
Okay, you go.
Let's make it a really hard question. It takes forever to answer. Okay, give us the total history of the... Okay, well, I'll let you handle the next big part of the podcast that we're recording tonight, which is how did the caveman era of history kind of progress into the colonial area of history with the redcoats, and the redcoats are coming, and Francis Bacon.
With the British, too.
No, in America.
Well, I think boats, they're really into those. But, what was the question?
What was the biggest thing you ever saw?
Is it okay if it's two things?
Yes.
Yes. That's better.
I saw probably the biggest boat I've ever seen.
That is one
And
thing.
next to it there's another big boat.
But wouldn't the water be bigger than either of those?
Yeah.
Well, no, because think about what is water made out of?
H2O.
Drops.
It is? Popcorn?
Yeah.
Pops.
Pops?
Yeah.
Ice?
Popcorn.
Alright.
Well, that was really interesting.
Pop culture.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be the tie between butterflies and buttered popcorn.
But we'll have to wait till next week to know.
Yeah, and we just want to thank you for coming on.
That was honestly really
my
helpful.
pleasure.
And
Yeah.
all we ask is if we call you at any time, we need you to pick up.
Okay.
It's just...
When can I expect this to air?
What?
Air?
When's the Mavus gonna come out?
As soon as we're done recording, basically.
Yeah.
Well, it'll
Wow.
probably take like 7 hours to upload.
Yes, it is about 3 or 4 hours long.
So far. And we're only at caveman times.
Yeah, we haven't even made it to modern history where they have Einstein or iPhone.
Also, everything that's happened in my life has been in modern
And I-
times.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna sign off.
Alright, see ya.
Alright. Let's try out.
What's up?
Alright, well,
Who was that? Henry? I thought it was Henry. But he said Trey.
okay, I think we need to switch things up. So, can we say what happened? You ready? Okay, you start talking.
Okay, so we're in caveman times right now. We've swung on a... We'll say it like this. We swung on a vine out of caveman times and dropped our pretty little butts into... colonial times. And we've got... Like I said, the British are coming... Or whatever the fuck... The Redcoats are coming. And Francis Bacon is coming. The Mayflower is coming. The Civil War.
With exclusive.
And we've got... So what we've got right now...
Wait,
going
can
on-
you say what time we're in right now?
It's...
No, what
1:15.
period?
The Jurassic?
No.
Caveman?
Can you say that?
Cavemen?
Can you say we are in the...
We are in the caveman period. Bruh. Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
So, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
The term last caveman often refers to the extinction of Neanderthals, a hominin species... Okay, can I look up what hominin means? I really have no idea.
Go on ahead.
Hominin, a primate of taxonomic tribe, which comprises those species regarded as human, directly ancestral to humans, or very closely related to humans. Okay, I actually really probably could have figured that out. Species that lived in Europe and parts of Asia with evidence of their existence vanishing around 28,000 years ago.
Mm.
So, So they died. I guess they died. Yeah.
The
Wait. We are
caveman?
skipping something very important. Hold on. Can I talk about something?
Go ahead.
Cavemen were so obsessed trying to make the car that they didn't pay attention to what monkeys were on, which was wheels. Which was wheels that already existed. So they were making these stone wheels, the Stone Age.
Earrings. Earrings with stone earrings.
Necklace.
Necklace.
Glasses.
Mm.
Which glasses are completely useless because you can just put a piece of glass in your eyes. Tracks. And this is already annoying.
Glass condoms.
Glass condoms. And fire. They were making fire. Which, again, monkeys had already been boiling water. So
They're
they
head
probably
over
had
heels
fire.
for each other, too.
Heels.
They're domesticating dogs already. And
do you know why they're so
eating
stupid?
Deer meat and mostly just bison meat.
This is how they died.
Cavemen?
From a combination of factors including infection, starvation, violence, and injuries. They died from farting injuries.
Ew, they probably prolapsed.
So infectious diseases included diarrheal illnesses
Oh my god, these idiots. And they're
Leading
probably
to
wiping with
dehydration.
arteria leaves.
and starvation. So
They died from absorbing.
roughly 15% of Paleolithic humans died violently.
They died of absorbing.
Childhood mortality.
They died of mortality.
I mean, they're just idiots. And they were fighting these mammoths, which nowadays we can easily bring back, but for some reason we haven't done it. And I guess because of Jurassic Park, again, just changed culture forever.
It's because we're too focused on candy cane production.
Yeah, we already have, stripes. That's a whole nother episode. We already had ants carrying spearmint leaves, and they're kind of making a stripe on the ground.
Candy canes are hard enough to produce. Putting stripes on it like a zebra is impossibly hard.
And cavemen were trying to ride zebras, which I guess you just can't do. I don't really know why. I guess because we don't really live with zebras as much as horses.
And it's also the stripes make it hard to
Horses used to look
balance.
really weird, and horses used to be really, really small. Some of them.
We bred them until they look like cute dinos, though.
Yeah. But we also made them look weird, some of them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Some of them look like My Little Pony characters.
yeah, and some of them have their noses wrong. It looks like a banana.
Mm-hmm.
And, you can see the inspiration from that as monkeys. And then there was the feeling that I had when I thought about these things that has given me a permanent crease in between my eyebrows.
Oh, and I'm gonna say
I'm
something
aging.
right now. The feeling, part of the feeling that led to the end of caveman times, they started to have this feeling.
Stained glass condoms.
Yeah, it was like
Then stained glass boots.
we sit here, we paint
Can I have some of those?
each other's faces. We put bones in our ears. And what are we getting out of it? And so, 3 groups were born out of this. Okay? Group 1, the British.
Uh-huh.
Group 2, the Native Americans. And Group 3, the British who didn't want to be British.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And candy canes were invented to keep children quiet during long church services.
really?
Also, real quick,
You want a naughty joke?
What?
Those churches always giving little kids something to suck on. What's a topical joke about?
that is pretty disgusting.
We just edit it out if it's still gross to you.
They will come for you.
They already came for me.
Yo. But Basically,
I'm gonna let that one just.
I'm gonna let that slide.
I'm just gonna slide that one past you.
Yeah. And basically, can you name
Monica, Joey,
no
Rachel, Phoebe, Ross, and Chandler.
I am really having a hard time thinking.
Me
Because
too.
I was about to bring this up, thinking I would be able to name all of them. I think it's 7 Native American tribes.
Oh, Ottawa, Potawatomi, Cherokee, Crow, Sioux, and
Is it 7?
what did I name?
Ottawa, Potawatomi, Cherokee, Crow, Sioux. There's
Okay.
something else.
The Crow were one. The Blackfoot were one. I think the Potawatomi were part of the Sioux or the Crow, because I was up here.
Yeah.
There was
Potawatomi.
there were like southern kind of Mexicanish ones. I don't know their name.
Okay. Well, so that's what happened with that. Then British developed an accent. And then in Europe, again, trying to replicate the long arm or
The long and winding road that leads to the Mavus.
I will still recall this. Long and windy. We haven't even gotten a music history yet. That's gonna be, I would say a doozy, but that makes it sound bad. I think it'll be amazing. But so then in Europe again, they're making architecture, trying to make it look furry or chrysalis in any way they could. Chrysalis, because they were just very stupid. Or no,
The
actually,
Queen
I
was
like
sending-
how it looks. The
The
Queen
se-
was sending everybody who,
Everybody and their mama.
yeah, to where? From Spain?
Spain to Portugal, Siberia to Timbuktu, Nepal to Electric Boogaloo, Antarctica.
And Lewis,
Brazil?
I'm sorry, not Lewis and Clark. What am I thinking of?
Sacagawea.
No, the like Spanish settlers that the Queen would send.
Conquistadors.
Yeah, but who is the famous one?
Hernan Cortez.
But isn't there another one?
Columbus.
That's what I was thinking of, was Columbus.
Was he Spanish?
Look it up. I think he's from Colombia. And
No.
I think, and, yes, he was. And
I don't think he was from South America.
it's a name.
Right.
And as I said earlier, probably a descendant of the Columbia tribe. Which is a book series. Or actually, no, it's not.
That's a car brand, first and foremost.
Columbia?
Second most, it's a weather app. Let's
No.
look this up.
Where was Columbus from?
Okay.
Ohio? Okay, what's the capital of Ohio?
Hang on.
I feel like we really skipped something.
Chris Beaufort. What the fuck?
I
Columbia.
was trying to think we really skipped something important.
Between 25 and 156 was a Felician or Italian explorer
Stop touching this.
and navigator from the Republic of Jonia.
From where?
The Republic of Jonia,
Oh.
who repleted for Spanish-based voyages across the Atlantic Ocean,
And barely found anything.
sponsored by the Catholic monarchs, is opening the way for the widespread European exploration and colonization of the Americas. His expeditions were the first known contact with the... Were the first known contact with the Cabrian and America.
Yeah. And for a long time, he didn't know what a compass was.
Mm-mm.
So he was sailing around thinking the world was flat and didn't know what Luke Skywalker was. And he was just thinking that he was going south and he was going east.
Yeah, he was not the smartest cookie in the cookie jar.
No.
The smartest cookie in the cookie jar at that time.
And people
was
were
Chief
such
Laluska.
idiots. Yeah. But people were just so stupid.
Except for the natives, because they already knew how to use technology.
Yeah, but other
technology.
people.
Well, they were a little bit stupid because they didn't know how to have Thanksgiving yet, which is a wonderful holiday.
But do you know how they found it? In a pretty bad way.
Oh.
I think we are skipping something. Let's talk about the Mongolian Empire and the
domestication of a monkey, which is
No.
is a cardinal sin.
Yeah, but basically the way that Asia, what was happening in Asia. You ready?
What? Miss Granger was learning her potions.
Basically, the way of the samurai is very interesting, and
It's advanced.
it's advanced in trade and gunpowder. It's all very interesting, but I think that the samurai was
Was riding horses.
unrelated to anything else. I think was unable to defeat a medieval European knight in armor.
Because of the legend of the Pink Demon.
So the Mongolian Empire was this, as we mentioned earlier. Chinggis Khan
Chungus
was basically
Chungus fucking meme.
was doing a lot of things, and
Chungus Khan.
he had a moving empire that would just move across the plains for so long. A hawk lands on your buddy's shoulder, or his arm, his forearm. And they had long beards.
And they were fucking.
Oh my god!
They were
Yeah,
fucking.
and gunpowder. Is that working?
It's working just fine. What do you mean?
Gunpowder was stupid. I mean, take for instance David Bowie. Who is that? Are you doing that?
I didn't even realize I was doing that. My bad.
David Bowie was shot 1,000 times and didn't die. Abraham Lincoln was shot in the
Blackbeard?
in the neck, and it took him like a month to die. Remember the Alamo was pretty much the most useless thing ever. And guns would make that noise. Yeah. And what was happening in pirate times? You ready? Pirate wars.
Pirates of the Caribbean was being filmed.
Pirates were almost as useless as cavemen. I mean, they really...
Let's not say that. Let's not jump to that kind of conclusion.
They would-
because if
well, they
you've
had
seen the
boats.
films, they had Blackbeard, who was actually putting candles in his beard to become more.
Yeah, he was
well,
like a dwarf mining...
If you want to put it in modern day brain rat terms, he was the first aura farmer, which is an incredibly advanced.
But he was also eating his own thumb.
Was he really?
I don't know. But if you do suck your thumb for too long or even breastfeed for too long, your teeth get raw.
Is that true?
And I didn't suck a thumb, I don't think.
Well, how would you know?
I just know that's true. But,
You did. Well, don't
so I
start
actually
doing
just
it
started
now.
doing it and didn't even think of that. I
So
was trying to
does it
get this color off my
What does
thumb.
it feel like? I don't know how you do it. How do you do it?
See, this is why our teeth are perfect.
I choked.
Yeah. So, and what else? You ready? You're not really helping that much. So this pirates would be sure, they had boats, that was smart, but what were they doing on the boats? Pretty much looking at their foot until it fell apart.
Yeah, throwing anchors over and
Breaking the toe off when they're in the ice.
Okay. That you have a Pirates of the Caribbean history. Those movies are fucking fiction.
You were just talking about them being true.
I forgot, and I'm not gonna.
Don't tip the bowl of oranges into the bowl of ice cubes.
For anybody listening there, if you hear a melting sound in the studio behind us, we do have a bowl that's filled with about 2 inches of water with like 25 ice cubes in it.
But, you know, that's
neither here nor there.
penthouse. We're looking down on the city and it's nighttime. But that's just what I've always liked about New York is the nightlife is just, it's like,
There.
where would you...
And it's like you can't mess with any of these people. And you shouldn't. They'll kill you. They'll
Yeah.
kill you.
And it's like, where would you, where
Don't
are you,
fuck up
where are
and
you
mess
getting the best sleep? Now you won't let go.
won't let go.
That's kind of what our penthouse is like. It's really nice.
Yeah.
And you can just, I've always liked to imagine Spider-Man swinging.
I don't want to.
I don't want to hurt anybody.
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings listening to this, but most of you guys are a little. We don't really have social castes in the country we're in because we are in America, but you guys are about 10 entire totem poles below us. You're not even on the lower part of our totem pole, you're kind of on different totem poles than we're even on. And I don't want to make you feel sad by spoiling what I was going to get you for your birthday. But I was going to get you a decal for one of our windows that looks like Spider-Man is swinging by. Does that make you
Come
feel?
off it.
What?
That means that...
What does that mean?
I guess I don't know. But that sounds cool.
Okay, yeah.
I want my car to have a blowhole. That would be interesting. I guess that's what a sunroof is.
Well, okay.
And some people call it a moonroof.
For transparency's sake, I don't know what a blowhole is, so you saying you want a blowhole on something sounds disgustingly homosexual.
What? Okay, you are being a little bit anti-woke this episode.
I just realized this table has been humming.
Yeah, I
kind of
realized that
loudly
too.
For the
I was trying to figure out what that was. Also on the tables humming.
What was it? What was this episode about? We were...
So, should we get into like music history? No, there's other things. And can I say something?
Go ahead.
Revolutionary War. Okay.
No, I don't care about it. I don't like any of their outfits they were wearing at the time.
Well, hold on. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. I think. Okay, Nathan Hale. But, yeah, colonial times, most 1700s America, it just puts me right to sleep. I think of
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed 3 and I just want that game to not be made anymore.
Oh, I guess that's what we
Still
missed
being
was
made.
Italian politics in the 18th century. I'm
Yeah.
sorry? Bah. He kind of sounds like a kid.
Bah.
Bah.
Yeah, it's like,
Right.
it's like,
That's always how I pictured Manny sounding from Never Wimpy Kid.
Bobby!
Bubby! Bubby!
He
can I
was
have
so
a sip of
cute.
this?
Yeah, he was so cute. I always thought maybe he was of a different species than the rest of the Heffleys.
He kind of looked like a secular, period fossil. The ape or the
What the hell?
alligator climbing out of the water.
Crimea? Coming out of Crimea
Didn't
River.
he look like that? He looked exactly like that thing.
Crimea River.
Okay, you are getting sidetracked by what you just said.
Sidetracks? I bet you go there.
You're still being extremely anti-woke. But
Maybe we have different personalities.
different theory.
Differentness theory.
Differentness.
We can be two kindred souls and also disagree. Like, for one, Kendrick's soul, I think, is damned to eternal suffering because of how much he swears in his music. But I know that, on the other hand, you are a big fan.
Yeah, I mean... Sit down, be humble. Sit down, be humble.
My love strong to swing fire.
What's that mean?
I don't know.
His left stroke?
Maybe his
love stroke? Okay, I think we're kind of getting farther away from what we were trying to talk about. So
up in this penthouse, it's hard to care about the going-ons of these little people, and we can just fly away from this planet in a damn spaceship. So I guess
basically, this is what happens. Pirates are fighting.
I
The
missed
Spanish
those.
are fighting because they're idiots. Or sorry, the Europeans.
They are idiots.
And-
Portuguese not guilty.
Yeah, and the Asians are inventing things.
Gunpowder.
And trading, and the Native Americans are doing cool things, and then it all comes to a chaotic everything going together at once. We should have never connected. But that's not really true. Or maybe
Basically,
it is.
if we want to be real, the Mayflower.
The Mayflower flew.
The Mayflower flew over.
And all they would ever talk about was how
Fuck.
everybody was getting sick on these ships.
It was a disgusting affair.
I
It
know, it
was
just
so
made me so
fucking gross.
uncomfortable.
It's in school.
Yeah.
I remember they had us. They had a game where you all had to sit at a table and you were supposed to be on the ship, and then it was like the slave trade, and it's like you guys are slaves that didn't make it on the ship, and you had to sit on the floor and pretend you were swimming in the water and drowning. So.
Yeah, there was a lot of movies and games that you had to play that were so PG so that you could watch and play them.
Yeah, Charlie and I, listen, we
That was the French.
Right, well that still is the French.
Aren't we missing a couple things? Australia was where
No,
they
we're-
sent prisoners.
What we were gonna say, what I was gonna say is that we really, we told you the truth, is that we don't really like this part of the history that much, but
I mean, it's just petty humans. So what was going on with animals?
what is really important is the Mayflower. The Mayflower, if we're being realistic, if you were to split human history up by significance, kind of like by, like, the more significant the time is.
Significant ants.
Those were, well, that's a wizardry type history lesson, so I won't get into that. But if you, the voyage of the Mayflower would be at least 10%, so let's get into that.
So ships were amazing.
So let's set the scene. You're in the galley, or you're on the poop deck. You're in one of two places. When you're on the poop deck, you're going to be doing exactly what it sounds like you're going to be doing on the poop deck. Us? Scrubbing it. In the galley, you're going to be mapping
Swinging
out
on a
courses
net
with the
hammock.
Guardian of the Seas. And,
You're swinging on a net hammock.
right, and if you're the
and
captain...
a cannonball rolls under you and hits your buddy's foot.
Yeah, and his foot will never beat again.
He'll never beat again.
If you're the captain, you're eating seagulls and clams that got
And
stuck to the side of
everybody
the
is
boat.
enjoying seawater.
Nobody's enjoying seawater.
They
I'm
think
sorry.
they're enjoying it.
But they don't know it's going to turn the inside of them into a movie scene where
Yeah.
there's a virus.
Matanui.
Matanui. And Moana is taking place down in
So
the
I think
Hawaiian
we skipped
Islands.
medieval times, kind of.
Well, let's do
Let's
quick-
do a brief, because
I'll pause this.
this is all
as brief
kind
as we
of
possibly can.
the same thing. Because if I've said this, but think about it. Well, everything else, the jungle period, most of all, is like, this is just a blink compared to that, you know?
I'm gonna set a timer for 2 minutes, and we have to get through the medieval period in those 2 minutes.
Wait, hold on. Let me pull up some sound effects.
Okay, we gotta go fast. You ready?
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna set it for 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Alright, you ready?
You ready?
Yeah.
Go. Okay, so medieval period, this is basically what happened. We had knights
They
clashing
invented
with
knights
queens,
clashing.
Horses riding around. I think there was
They invented the
wizardry.
catapult.
The one thing we have to
Everybody
cover is...
across the world was drawing dragons for no reason.
Right, people were trying to become catapults. They loved them so much, and the queens and wizards of the world were influencing culture forever and fashion, basically.
And everybody was
It was
doing
the basis
stupid
for-
things with poop and rats, and the plague killed everybody. And everybody was drawing hydras and dragons and all these things, and for no reason.
And misbehaving in school is not really a slap on the wrist thing. It was more they put you on a plague ship with the rats,
And turn you into an X.
yes, and you don't want to be anybody's ex because you might end up in a torture chamber where they poop on you or something, because they were really fucking disgusting back then, like, to be completely honest. They were doing such horrible things to people that if you read about it, you probably would never want to read a book again. It probably would just...
They
wanna
were
play video
really,
games.
really stupid.
They were fucking idiots. And the one thing that they did that was right was they had swords, and they had... What else did they have that they did right?
Spears, bows,
Armor.
arrows,
Body
and
armor.
castles,
And
and
dragons.
and-
Alright. Fuck, I just feel like I woke up out of a dream.
So,
So back to the Mayflower.
the
Alright.
Mayflower's sails were beige, tan, orange, red, and
Orangilligals flying, dip diving off the coast of the waters and trying to fuck you up.
yeah, and back then water was
Weird.
very weird.
Really weird.
It's really hot.
It was
back
purpley blue. Becca, it was.
Yeah, and also, anchors were so heavy. What? What? You want these? You want an orange? Okay, I don't know why you can't reach that, but what were they trading as well? Just
they
in
were
general.
trading. Well, they would try and get close to other ships and trade, but a lot of the time, the amount of gunpowder that each ship was carrying would, and the friction between two ships being that close together, would just basically turn into a nuclear bomb-sized explosion.
Also,
and
water
kill
was
everybody.
so hot.
And the water was hot, guys. It was, because it was still closer in time.
The ocean was basically boiling.
Yeah, because it was closer in time to the primordial sperm whale soup thing we were talking about at the beginning of the episode than it was to right now.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that right? Because this was still 60-something million years ago right now.
No,
That
it
we're
was
talking the
about
Mayflower.
28,000 years ago, or 20. Sorry, it was about 20,000 years ago.
Really?
I don't know.
It doesn't really sound
How
like you
long
know.
ago was Spain? But
Um,
basically,
I
they
don't
didn't
know.
have sports either.
right, I was going to say they didn't have pigskins to throw around. I don't know why
They
you said
forgot
what I
to
was
really
thinking.
draw that much. They were drawing maps, and everything just kind of looked the same.
Ahoy! We see new land! What's that in the distance? A seagull!
So are
Flying.
they British?
What the fuck? I thought you were gonna get right into that with me. Can
Well,
we try
I
to
was
see?
about to, but they're British.
Well, I can't do a Spanish accent. What do they sound like?
I don't know, just say, I don't know. But basically, I mean, just so much badness was done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even good.
It tastes like mac and cheese.
And so, let's
seagull.
skip over a lot of things because it's just boring. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that, but it basically, white people started living here, you know?
Okay. No problem with that.
And
That's how we got movie theaters.
yeah, that's how we got selfie stick.
Mm-hmm.
And basically,
Tubi.
Tubi. No, well, yeah. And They were making forts. I guess they completely forgot how to make anything cool. There's not really any castles. They were, but they were completely for technical purposes. No artistry at all. They were forgetting to make things that looked like buildings that looked like fur or an icicle anymore.
Which the Native Americans were all over.
But the Native Americans were doing the other things that they were thinking different, you know?
Yeah, they weren't on that timing. But they were on different timings that we don't understand anymore. Really, history is about what everybody's bedtimes were. In that century, your bedtime was whatever time... Like, the Native Americans, their bedtime was a spiritual thing that we couldn't understand. In Spain, their bedtime was basically when you were done running away from the bulls. And in England, your bedtime was basically whenever the queen decided it would be, which a lot of the time she didn't want you to go to sleep at all. She wanted you to stay up all day at the palace and guard it.
Yeah,
at one point,
it
was kind of like when there were apes everywhere. There were so many guards that there were actually no citizens.
Yeah, and then they didn't know what they were guarding.
Yeah. Well, they were guarding the queen.
Regarding her, there was no scientists anywhere, and no podcasters because they're idiots.
Mm-hmm.
There was no scientists, so there was just people who believed in Christian magic. So that's why they wanted to put leeches on you and things.
Mm-hmm.
So then, anyways, we're in America. Things are happening, you guys. French people are fighting us.
Right.
Or Britain, and they're invading or they're living in our houses because these lobster redcoats. I'm starting to realize how much I have forgotten, which really kind of concerns me.
What's up?
But anyways, this is why the founding fathers had to get together, and slave owners as they were making a rule. Okay, don't let British people in our house. And they were making a rule. You guys having a rock fight with each other. And they were saying,
right,
I guess Abraham Lincoln. And in 1776, the Declaration of Independence was made. We the people so
solemnly
help me God. Well, this Marauder's map of ours.
Well, what now are we got
Okay,
the
do
Mayflower.
paper writing noises.
Pinker lady noises?
Writer.
Okay.
And it was kind of, so many atrocities had been done. So many horrible things and so much violence everywhere. Can you pause it? That really the founding fathers, all they really... Can you pause it? The founding fathers, all they really could say was... Because...
Bro. Play it again. Can you do that whole thing again?
The founding fathers, there's so much horrible things happening, and basically all they could say was...
Fuck. Bro, holy fuck. I like that one. That was funny. Alright, well, anyway.
And so... They penned them a story. Or it's not a story.
It sounds
And later,
like a mouse
Nick
scratching
Cage
inside my walls.
would be in a movie about how the Declaration of Independence was stolen. And we would watch it in history class because it was loosely related to history.
Yeah, Miss Mackey. The goat.
No, Forlenza. But
AP Block.
that is really interesting to think about.
What?
That we were really watching... What is it called? National Treasure.
You watched that?
In history. Because it has the Declaration of Independence in it.
Yeah. Well, it did happen.
It happened because they filmed it.
Yeah, at a certain point, a movie just fucking happened. Some movies are so real that they just happened.
But some movies were cancelled. Isn't this the wrong music?
Oh, sorry.
Wait, can we talk about back in Spain for a second? I was looking at this rug right here.
Oh, you want?
And
Oh,
I was
know
thinking about being Ezio Auditore and running around.
Oh yeah.
And the... Damn, I really cannot remember anything.
What? What can't you remember?
It doesn't matter. Because I was talking about a video game, basically. But, that's not even good. But... Okay, I like that.
It's Spanish. You're talking about Spain.
What is this?
Flamenco? It's not really flamenco.
It sounds really strange. I don't think we really need music right now, to be
Oh, it's
honest.
because it's on. Okay,
This
Spain.
is just confusing me.
Well, I don't remember where we're supposed to be now. Oh, we were going.
All over the world at this point.
Right. Well, in that case, let's go up to. Because I heard this time. Actually, they were a bit late for this, but let's go all the way up to the top of the world, Antarctica, where Santa is being born at this point, right under the North Pole.
And
they found
they
him wrapped
said-
in a red blanket under the North Pole itself.
Kids would be sucking on candy canes to make their church going a little bit quieter for the preacher. But really, the first candy cane, and I think this was kind of the first Bluetooth, because this swirl spun out from the candy cane up in the North Pole. The North Pole, as you know from the Santa Claus,
Right.
is a candy cane with a keypad on it.
Exactly.
And so
And
I don't know. I
opens to
guess
a
that
cave.
was also the first computer was there, but nobody really cared because nobody wanted to go there. 'Cause
No,
it's
and
cold.
also it's one of those things where they invented it so far ago, but they don't needed it.
Yeah, like if you don't know what numbers are, why are you going to be looking at a keyboard?
It's like if they invented a cure for cancer, but no one had cancer. So
That's
just
why
like,
nobody
yeah,
cared to investigate elves.
No,
And elves back
But
then
tell
would be
me what-
dressing in mammoth and elephant hide.
but let you tell me what they should have looked on that motherfucker Bernard's keyboard or hard drive, because he was definitely looking at something nasty. But anyway,
Yeah, and this is so amazing because this is the part that I don't even care about, but I have so much
What, the
knowledge.
North Pole?
of
Are you
being-
stupid? You don't
no,
care
not
about
not that.
I'm
But
sorry,
this is period. But I have so much knowledge of being alive for 15 years that
You're
I've been
15?
alive for. Yeah, almost 16 or something. But anyways, so back in the real world. No, back in America, they
This is America.
don't catch you slipping now.
Don't get you slipping now. Police be tripping now. This is America.
'Cause of my
My area. I got the strap. I got a cane.
Yeah,
I'm going to this. Yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah, this is good. With it. Woo! Or I'm gonna get the bag. Tell somebody. I'm gonna tell somebody. He just makes music for us, yeah. So, anyways, but we're still our music history is not really important yet, except for the first Finch was recorded.
That song is up there with Satellite of Love or something to talk about.
Oh, something to talk about.
Should we just freestyle on the Mavus?
Yeah, but we're not at that point yet. We are not at music history yet.
No, that's in a different episode.
No, we'll definitely get there. We also need like TV show and video game history and stuff like that. So
Well, we should just do media history for one of our episodes.
we're gonna get there in this episode, okay? And I want you to be committed to this.
Media history. Well, media history starts
Sweet
with
potato history.
fuck. Media history starts with cave painting, so
Yeah. So like I said, it's all
it's
part
kind
of
of
the Mavus.
intergrind.
And so the Boston
And
Tea Party
Nintendo
happened.
was invented back before Jungle.
Definitely as soon as chestnuts were invented, but or Deku nuts. But the Boston Tea Party happened, which when I was a kid I thought it was a tea party, which is why I think for a long time I just wasn't interested in this era because
Yeah, they shouldn't have called it that.
I thought the most like, talked about thing was just a tea party.
They should have called it the Boston bombing or something.
Yeah. They bombed that shit. And basically, you need to drink this, okay?
This?
I can tell.
The green one or the yellow one?
That. And so anyways, they did this, drops the crate in the water. These taxes.
Just drop suey.
These taxes are enough.
They're killing us.
They're killing us.
They're killing us with these taxes.
And so after that,
Benjamin Franklin.
yeah, and after that, it was like an immense war. And it was like, we are set free. I mean, we can have carriages, we can have all these things. We're still probably the worst people of all time, but we're free to just be white people and just do what we want. And basically,
And that's where the first white rapper was born.
Logic.
Eric Green. No, he was the first mixed rapper, and he started in like 2012, so he's not definitely not the
Okay,
first.
what is Eric Green?
Well, we'll talk about that in the music history section.
Okay, so you ready?
But just remember,
This is what started to happen. You
Eric.
ready?
Let me write down Eric Green.
Start to do a.
Whoa, you're fucking scary.
They discovered gold. And the gold rush happened, and guess what?
What?
This is what I'm excited for. I
What?
could tell you all about this. You ready? And this is starting to just be American history at this point, but
Well, that's basically the center of the world because that's where the Big Bang Theory happened.
yeah, that's where the Big Ben is. So,
No, that's in London, which is in the
but
UK.
London is a city.
Oh yeah.
And also, if you think the Big Ben is that tall, you should see the underground part of it, kind of like how the pyramids go down to reach power from the center of the earth.
They don't. They don't.
They don't. But
Oh, they do.
yeah, so basically, then settlers were coming to America, were coming. I don't know what
This
I'm
is
talking
America.
about. Where settlers were traveling across the U.S., the Oregon Trail, Lewis and Clark, you know,
The Trial of Persephone.
and to my favorite part,
Don't smile like that, though.
the Donner Party. This is what happened. You ready?
Motherfuckers ate each other because they ran out of snow.
No, don't ruin it yet.
They all ate
Don't
each other.
spoil it. You ready?
Boring. What?
No, it's good. Because
Alright.
listen, you're gonna like this. They were neighbors with Abraham Lincoln.
They were?
Yes, I'm serious.
Nathan
And-
Hale?
What? Yeah, and you ready? They.
Does Kala know about this?
I don't know. Okay.
I don't know. People need to know.
I guess I could call her.
I think we need
I
to
don't think anybody can answer at this time.
I think we need to start calling some more guests.
Okay, can I get through my Donner Party section?
I guess. I don't know. I have Ron's
They were. Do you really?
number. I do.
Why?
Because when Henry was up here for a while, they had to take care of Skokie. And they texted me about Skokie one time. I was like, yes, I'll tell Henry. And also, thank you for the free contact, Ron. You're in my little device forever now. So they were not thinking too far ahead there because now I have their DNA and I can clone them.
Yeah, I have a lot of people's phone numbers who would be in a group chat in middle school or
a
something.
relationship with them.
No. And so anyways, the Donner
Yeah.
Party.
I think I do have Sadie Sink's phone number. I've been
Mary
trying to cast-
motherfucking Jane. So they would go through. They basically chose to go across the salt flats of Utah because they thought that it was an inch.
Yeah, and they got their cart stuck in the wheels.
And all the animals died. Because they make me angry.
They're stupid.
I
There's no reason
don't.
to leave where they were either.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for them, but just in
Mhm.
general, people needed to.
They needed to burn, even back then.
Yeah.
It's been like 400,000 years since then, and we still haven't gotten over that. And also,
And they would all be sick and hot
and they
the
were
entire
eating.
time.
I am always thinking about them because I'm like, it could not have been that hard, which is a horrible
Just
thing
eat
to say.
snow.
Well, also, like, if you just build a big enough fire, you can melt to the bottom of the snow. And they were eating the rugs. They were eating rugs and peanuts. And I was like, what? Like that clash?
I'm pretty sure they probably tried to build a really big fire.
No. I don't know.
They should have built a fire that goes down and then build torches that melt a tunnel so that they can just go under the snow. Stop. What are you doing?
What I do? I played a note.
Don't.
So they should have built a. Well, this is an important part of history.
Let me drink some of this.
It was like on the Mayflower and deciding what they should have done at the Donner Party.
Mm-hmm.
Torches and fires. And when that plane crashed in the
Why is everybody just wants to eat everybody and not just kill themselves instead?
I don't know. I don't think they did want to eat each other. I think they I would eat people on the first
No, I
day.
think they after a day they're like, let's just eat them. They weren't trying to leave anymore.
Oh my god.
No, they would walk in snowshoes and they could not get far at all. Because it was like 900-foot snow.
But I don't understand. How did they
scary.
not? Weren't there trees? You can eat the bark on trees for about the rest of your damn life.
You already kill a bear.
I mean, I just don't understand. There were trees. There were like 25 of them. They built like a town up there while they were dying. Not really, but they had like trails.
It's because it was impossible to leave.
I know, but like...
And then eventually I think the snow melted a little bit enough that they could... And they got help.
And the little kid was like, died.
A little kid died. And then there's one kid who was not that old. Was after they were done, he was so starving that he ate too much.
What I was talking about.
Yeah, he kept eating until it killed him.
Well, it's because...
And what year was this? 1806 or something? Is that wrong?
1806?
And you know what's crazy? In 1912 or something, cowboys were being hunted by Pinkertons.
Oh, yeah. And they were scalping each other?
Yeah.
I don't think I would ever
Alright, you ready?
scalp somebody. I've never had the urge.
No, it sounds stupid. And you ready?
Chuggy. I'm sorry. This thing is fucking... I'm trying to play a note.
A note? No.
No! This fucking thing.
What was that?
I don't know what this is. It's supposed to be... Donner Party... What the fuck is this? No, it's supposed to be Donner Party.
What is that? Why is it so loud?
I don't know. It's supposed to be Donner Party theme. I looked up Donner Party theme, and it was a...
I feel like they would have one.
Do Donner Party in the woods, you see.
So, it's a tragedy. And you know what else happened? There's probably a lot of things. But let's get to...
It's not too good.
No, it's not great. So let's get to... What else? You ready? I don't know what happened after that.
After the Donner Party, the
Yeah.
whole nation woke up and they said, we need national parks.
We need to eat better.
We need to be healthier.
Yeah, and that
Yeah.
was when the worldwide health movement started.
And
So what was happening
Michelle
in the
Obama-
world around 1800s and 1900s? Why do I not know?
Red Dead.
That isn't a game, but we'll
It
get
was
to
just
that.
cowboys and the Spanish and Mexican War. The war between the Mexicans and Americans. And the Alamo.
Yeah, but we already mentioned that a long time ago for some reason.
We did?
I think I did.
Well, it could have been the monkey Alamo that they had. This is the Spanish.
The Alamo was bullshit.
Fuck the Alamo.
Yeah.
What else?
Okay, wait, I know. The Industrial Revolution.
That was like 120 years later.
Yeah, but people were just riding around on
No,
horses.
I was
until
lying. That was about 100 years later.
But until then, people were just on horses doing nothing.
Railroads.
Railroads. Okay,
The
well,
gold
presidents
rush.
are real, but I don't really care about them.
No. Can you put that orange in the ice water?
You know, I've been thinking about that, but I never did it.
Can I do it?
Yeah.
Should I do it?
Yeah.
Should I put it in there in the bowl or just put it in there by itself?
In the bowl, so that it can float.
No, I mean, like put the whole thing in there? With the orange in the bowl and put the bowl in there?
Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
See, that's very nice. So, this is what else. Basically, the Industrial Revolution starts.
I gotta take a shit
Yeah, so where does it start? Detroit.
for my butt. I don't. No, it starts because they have so many kids working in the mines that it's just like, oh my god, this is amazing. We need so much work in the world. And
They discovered coal.
It starts because Thomas Edison electrocutes.
I was about to say, Mr.
50,000
Edison.
elephants.
No, wait, hold on.
He's a piece of poop.
We have to mention something first.
Well,
Benjamin Franklin discovered the
he
key.
electrifies a fight. He
Flies an electric key.
kite.
Yes. And
But
Thomas
he
Edison sees
neutralizes
that
all
as a light bulb moment, and then he goes, "Wait, what is above my head?"
All right,
and
he
invents
pulls it down and puts it into history.
Yeah. Right from his head, the tip of his head, to the history books.
The tip of his dick.
That's kind of what I was saying, anyways. But anyways, then Nikolai Tesla creates the battery, the first lithium battery pack to make a drone. But back then they thought a drone was this. Oh, that's a laugh. That's SpongeBob. How did two cookies make a sponge? And this is what else happened, you
They
ready?
pooped in each other's. Okay, I'm sorry.
So, you need to drink that.
I've already drank it.
You drink more. You come on. Pop.
I want you to say something interesting so I can go off on one of my tangents.
This is all interesting. It's history. And so, you
It's
ready?
important.
Railroads. Before. Okay, hold on. Before the highway. Stop. Before the highway system
They
was
laid
the
the
railroad.
foundation for if you go on Red Dead, you can look at the person putting the railroad spikes in real time, which is only an inch of difference between the first position of the spike and when they hit it down.
Before the highway system, there was railroads. Before the railroads, there was dirt roads. Before the dirt roads, there was the monkey empire being able to see a grid pattern to where all these things would lie eventually.
Right, like a time travel technique.
Yeah.
Or something. It wasn't really at all, but
And it was a
That's
banana
fine.
route.
Bananarama. It was a banana paradise for most of these monkeys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would give up most of the population of the world today if it was just me and you and our family, the Mavus fans, the president, so we don't lose our minds. Elise and my girlfriend.
Okay, so
Aunt
what people
Susie.
would you give up? 'Cause
Oh
let's
my
see.
god, look at my hand.
It looks crooked to me.
It's because I sat on my ass all day.
That's okay.
Sit around on our fucking asses all day and just record this Mavis.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. You ready?
Go ahead.
So this is from a thing that I'm not sure if this is true, but you're saying you would give up most of the population. So 0.21 of the
Billion
Earth is
people.
South Asian, 0.25 is East Asian, 0.09 Southeast Asian, 0.08 Middle Eastern, 0.15 Black, 0.16 White, and 0.08 Central South American.
That doesn't even add up to 1%. What?
Okay, this other one says that like 70% is white, and then a
There's
little bit
most
of
people are Asian. I think Asians are like 30% of the world or something.
this one is.
What the fuck is that? Is that in
I don't
America?
know. Really don't know what this means. Oh yeah, this is the U.S. Okay,
Ew, I
yeah,
have
the
a bloody
biggest
crap on my hands.
the biggest ones is China and India, and they're two big balls like Sadie's big balls. See?
That looks like a diagram of what a bug looks like up close if you know one.
Yeah, and then
If you lean down to see
Bangladesh is just on the side there. So
that's where Panda Express was from.
what?
Bangladesh or no? What do you picture? Listen, stop. Hold, chill the fuck out.
Panda Express is Asian.
Dude,
Where's Bangladesh?
please. When you picture Bangladesh in your head, what image do you get?
I'm going to be honest. I have no idea. Is it in the Middle East?
I think it's Indian or something.
I think it is Indian. I don't know.
What do you see?
I really don't know. I don't want to say something wrong because I really don't know.
I'm just see it.
What about Turkey? What do you see? Not the food.
No, sorry, I see food.
Nope.
What about Hungary or Greece? Or Costa Rica?
Costa Rica, I see a coast.
What about India?
A building.
I saw a rubber tire.
What does that mean? Hopefully nothing bad that we don't know.
Okay, what about Thailand?
Thai.
I just saw a plate of food.
Yeah, I saw that second.
What about Antarctica? I saw an
Snowflake.
ice monster. Like an AI generated picture of an ice monster.
And this is what happens.
What do you see when you picture Canada?
The flag.
I saw Sasquatch.
That's what I would have pictured the U.S. is a...
I saw Next Squatch. What is this podcast? The Mavus. What about the Ozarks? What do you picture there? Wendy Bird.
Yeah.
Face fucking Marty.
Yeah, money laundering.
What about New
Falling
York?
down the hill. New York.
I just pictured that down
yeah,
there.
I look out my window.
Oh, a homeless guy eating out of a dumpster. Oh, a billionaire
Playing with his nose.
starting to kickstart.
Oh. A child.
A
A guy jacking off.
a man taking the subway home.
Oh, a rat.
An eagle flying away.
A cockroach with a leg brace. Oh, a guy with wrinkles.
A ring,
A wrinkly guy.
a ring camera going haywire.
The drone. Huh. That's interesting. An Amazon truck.
That manhole just that,
That
manhole.
man's hole just got a mug. What? Huh, a mug.
There's a manhole down there in Central Park that's shooting green gas and green flames out. Luigi Mangione just assassinated 15 Gitos. Oh, an
His
Italian.
drones attack.
Yeah, Italian
Wait, we're
guy
getting ahead of
selling
ourselves.
Pizzas. No,
We're
this is,
gonna go-
everything is important.
We're gonna go about 5 minutes into the future at the end. But you ready?
Okay.
So we were at
9/11?
no, we were not there yet. We were at Industrial Revolution, which leads to planes, which leads to
Whoa!
Okay.
No, that doesn't lead to planes.
Oh, the Wright brothers do.
Yeah, but we're the
They
wrong
were in
brothers
they were
to,
in the
to
Outer
mess
Banks,
with. Yeah, we drove by the motherfucker.
and they were still flying a plane. The first guy who invented the Aper plane was
The
beaten.
ape shit was Beyonce and Cardi
Was getting
later.
bullied by Beyonce's the Wright brothers, and then they said, "We're gonna take your design and make it so that we can sit in it. We want to sit in your design."
Someone said that to me one time at school.
Isn't that so horrible when a bully wants to make your design sit-inable?
I practically lived in my locker, so I know a lot about bullies. I was living rent-free in my bully's locker. I swear.
In your bully's brains.
I fit so well in a locker that I almost got shoved in there a lot.
Jesus.
Such a sad story to tell. Anywho,
So
Industrial Revolution. I'm gonna ask viewers, and well, I guess there's no way to do
Chicago
this.
was invented.
I want to ask viewers. I'm gonna do a time event. Okay, what event? It's 1913 now. Something is about to happen in 1 year that's going to kickstart World War One, and people are gonna go, "Oh, World War One's about to
yes.
start." I'm gonna ask you, what do you think was the event? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is Archduke Ferdinand.
Getting his shit blown out. So basically that set a chain of events.
Archduke Ferdinand.
Yeah.
Ouch,
He said,
dick.
"Ouch, dick! My fur in my hand was shot."
The last thing he saw was a furry building.
Yeah.
But
Another.
there's water under the bridge.
But now these buildings are different. They look more like Chicago.
A
And
skyscraper
so
fell
can I ask something?
on his
I don't
arm.
remember why a guy killed him. He didn't like
It doesn't matter.
He didn't like him. But now, who teams up? The Allied powers.
So Italy, France, and Germany team up against.
U.S., Britain.
No, who? I don't know. Am I stupid? It was Russia. I have no fucking
But
idea.
basically, what happened is
Who was it?
this all leads to gas.
Really? Mustard.
Mustard! Yeah, it leads to this gas that was invented in trench warfare, where on Christmas they go, okay, we can play soccer.
play soccer.
Yeah,
But
But-
we're gonna make this landscape curvy forever.
and that one guy was sitting out on soccer because he was like, I'm gonna kill you later.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ruin it for everybody.
Yeah.
But,
That I always hated him. And I think I went to school with him, if I'm not mistaken.
no, he was too old for that.
Yeah,
But
he was
some-
too old
but-
to be doing all that.
Okay, what year was this? 1917?
Sure.
Or no, it was 1915, 14?
14 when it started.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
Look at
and
the
World War
US
II.
joined in 1919, and then Hitler was in World War One. Oh, this is an important
Yeah.
part of history. Hitler
Is
was
that
sitting
they're the
around
same.
Well, no, he was sitting around in a trench, hating Jews for no fucking reason, and he.
Yeah,
and then
whenever
he-
you learn it in class, they go, we don't know.
Yeah, it's so crazy, and then he. Was mad, and then he actually wasn't that horrible of a person, but he was like crazy, but he wasn't like Hitler yet. And then he got out and he was real decorated.
Well, he liked animals.
Yeah, he liked his dog and he was painting. If he got into art school, everything would have been different. Because my brother went to art school and it stopped him completely from doing any of that. kind of
Yeah,
thing.
and they also said, oh, his speeches people just loved his speeches.
Yeah.
So I guess
It's because he was
I've
wearing
never
bifocals.
understood this completely. I guess back then the power of talking was so amazing because you didn't have TikTok. So people would just go to his speeches constantly, I guess. And he somehow really brainwashed everybody.
I think people are extremely stupid throughout all of history, basically.
Yeah. So that happened, and then, I mean, we don't need to say what happened.
14 million people died. World War II started.
I
The
mean, you
USA
know all this.
We're coming up on one of the biggest. Listen, I want to tell you guys something. The
Wait,
USA,
can you say what years it was?
It started in 1943 or something, and it ended in it started
No,
in
it started
1939
right?
and ended in 1945, I think. Hang on and listen. Okay, one of the worst things. I'm not even gonna make a joke about this because it's too horrible, but they did have Hiroshima
Well, that's kind of skipping ahead.
and the atomic bomb, and then the most important thing that ever happened. That happened.
Yeah, so we're gonna hold on, because I was planning on talking about this. Basically, you know all this stuff. World War II. We don't have to tell you, viewer or listener, right?
Right.
Basically, what happened is the first video ever was a black man on a horse.
Mm-hmm.
And then these complete idiots. I mean, I know people are gonna look back on the Mavus when it has 300 million views on Amazon.tube, and
On Uhooglyplex?
yeah, and they're gonna say, "Wow, these people are idiots." But just
No, I don't think they're gonna say that at all. I think they're gonna say, "Wow, these people are visionaries."
well, they're gonna be mad that a
Wow,
drone
these people are in
wasn't
their
flying
bags.
out of their screen. Because people watched the Polar Express come out of their screen, and they thought it was coming out of their screen, and
Yeah,
they ran out of the
and they
theater.
saw a rocket fly to the moon. They're gonna be that's what they're gonna be watching. They're gonna be listening to
Hugo Cabret.
they're gonna be listening to the Mavis, and they're gonna be thinking, What the fuck is this futuristic ass shit?
So, anyways, basically the only important thing that really ever happened was...
Make you ring many bells.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The only important thing in this whole episode is this.
What?
So they made movies,
Well, it's all
and
pretty important, but...
they made movies and none of them had any meaning.
And you could meet the actors after the movie.
Yeah,
But
there was no
that's-
stars.
That's all water under the bridge.
Is it a walk of fame? Nah, it was a walk of shame.
Yeah, and they don't make them like they used to.
I mean, these movies were just about nothing.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No.
These movies really had pretty much no meaning at all. And so then, the Beast of 20,000 Fathoms comes out. Ishiro Honda watches it, goes, let's make this a bit more interesting. So basically, what happens is we skipped over the Trinity test, everything,
That's not
White
important.
Sands, New Mexico.
That's not important.
Something bad happened, including twice with bombs. I don't know what. Something horrible.
That's not important.
And then he sees these and goes, okay, I'll make Godzilla. Or no, he sees the...
He didn't want to do it and they pushed him too far and he's like, okay,
Well,
I'm making Godzilla.
1954, this boat, this fishing boat is pushing P, and the Lucky Dragon number 5 is subject to, I mean, these guys on it didn't know. So basically these islands got destroyed by nuclear testing that they said, oh, just move out.
And they didn't give him any time.
And so these guys think that it's snow and bring it back to the mainland and all get cancer and die and it's horrible. And then they said enough is enough, let's make Godzilla. So that's pretty much the only important thing that ever happened. And then...
So we can jump ahead to the Vietnam War where they're playing ghost sound effects in the woods.
Exactly. They were playing sound effects and they were making noises that make you throw up.
Yes, that's disgusting. They're making traps where you step on it and you
it
go
makes you throw up. You go through a wall.
You step in it and you go through a part of your life.
You go through a QuickTime event and you have to do something. But
you have to press X to go out of it.
And basically, it was that. And then the Vietnam War happened, the Cold War happened for 1 billion years.
So Chernobyl happened.
Chernobyl happened.
The elephant's foot.
The elephant's foot. So, and that's about when music was getting interesting, too.
And right about then, when the plane took off... What? No, the Chernobyl. A plane took off. And that plane had to go all the way around the world because it took a while.
Really?
But it never landed. It was the first plane to never land. No, and listen, you're thinking you cannot take a plane to never land. I'm saying it was the first plane that never actually landed on the ground.
And music?
It landed in the World Trade Center.
Let's say we're in the 60s now. The music scene was busting.
For a while, it was basically just...
When did the Beatles become famous? The 70s?
No. The early 60s.
Really?
Yeah.
So the Beatles made Let It Wall.
Let it wall, let it wall,
Everybody. Oh, the Cold
Bono.
Wall.
Oh, the Cold Wall, yes.
Got broken down because they were copying the Great Wall of China.
It was a lawsuit, a whole lawsuit. A lawsuit.
And that was the first...
yeah.
That was the first kind of beef between two areas.
If you're a youngin' or a new gen, it's kind of like if Drake and Kendrick
Were areas.
were like if you broke the surface tension of their skin and their bodies pulled out into giant areas of land that was stretched paper thin over miles of Europe. They became two countries.
Yeah, and their nerves were trenches and such.
It's
And
kind of body horror.
roots of
Kind of
tanks.
body horror. I have
But
no
really,
mouth,
that's
but I
probably
must diss.
Everett, Micah, and Sadie is what that was, and Babe Ruth.
Yeah, Everett never
Their
really
skin.
cared about Sadie. I think he might have been.
Everett was doing his own thing.
He was asexual AF.
Yeah, he was our first ace king.
Yeah, he was an ace monkey.
Yeah, ace monkey. And that reminds me, Cards was incredibly popular.
Cards Against Humanity was being written.
Oh, it was being
The
written,
sacred texts!
yeah, it was being written for like 95 years. And then, you ready?
Satirical ass game.
So, none of this stuff really matters, but
Music
computers, yeah, music's good. Computers get invented, music changes. And
It sounds good now.
now they're thinking,
We don't have to do these drums in real life. Fire Ringo. Ringo kills himself by jumping out of a plane without a jetpack. And they start sequencing drums, which is how we got the band. Daft Punk.
Amy.
What is Amy?
I don't know.
That's
But
not what I was going to... Oh, Amy Winehouse?
Back in Black, I got the track. So computers change music forever because they started to go, listen,
Beep, beep. I'm a song now. It's like, okay, I guess we're doing this
yeah,
now.
they could go, we can actually hit a circle back and forth. And
Porn.
yeah, and you can go to the arcade to play these games where they're the hardest things ever created so that you put more quarters in it. Or
Harder than diamonds.
if you want to, which it's equivalent to like $900 today or something, you can buy the first console and play Pawn and a game where you are a tooth.
You're just a tooth and a jaw.
Yeah. So, not very good games out yet.
No, but they're kind of a precursor to what we have now, which is Red Dead Redemption and
You
what?
keep coming back to that.
Did I say that before?
Yeah. I guess it's the first historical game.
No.
So
'cause
this
some
is what
games are
happened.
old enough. Like Blade Runner is pretty old,
And Blade Runner is historical because it's about the future.
and it's not even a game. Really, it's kind of a game.
It's a game because it does have flying cars.
Farted though.
So this is what happened. You ready? Basically, the only thing that matters now is video games and 9/11.
So that brings us. Oh no, 9/11. 9/11 happens.
I think an elephant war. Or no, actually,
An
I think
atomic beast.
they crashed it. That was Godzilla, and then they crashed a plane into the World Trade Center and killed 2,000 or 3,000 people.
2050.
And
then we had the Orange Cheeto Man. Kanye made Through the Wire. Basically carried
Home Alone
music
2?
on his back single-handedly. Home Alone 2, Meet the Fockers.
And this is what was happening. You ready?
The Avengers movies came out and basically flipped everything on its head and made Bradley Cooper the sexiest man alive.
Is that really what he was voted to be?
I think he was voted to be some sort of chairman of the board for some sort of governmental agency, but
Okay, well, to the east of us,
don't roll your eyes when I do
I
that.
didn't even roll my eyes. To the east of us, they say, we will take these games and we'll make something interesting.
Squid Games.
No. That comes in later. Do you fart?
Games. Yeah.
So they said, we'll keep working on these. And
The
in
Olympics?
America, we go,
Oh.
okay, we also will,
Oh yeah, and
but they're not
and
going
what?
to be very good.
And we come out with Nate Dogg the game, and they come out with Dark Souls 1, or they come out with Kingsfield,
hold on,
Demon
hold on.
Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, the Armored Core series, Sekiro,
Well,
Bloodborne,
hold on, you're getting
Elden
ahead of
Ring,
yourself.
and that's about it.
And fighting games happened, and then eventually we had online.
And Elden Ring Night Rain.
Yeah.
And they also come out with, what else? They come out with Silent Hill,
Hold on, Jesus, they have,
Metal Gear Solid, Evangelion.
yeah. So they have these good things, right? And then
That they do.
in the same year that Godzilla was released, they said, okay, we're going to do a Universal iconically good monster movie, and basically it's about a swamp monster, and it's cool, but it's just light years behind. So then that kind of same type of thing that is happening in video games, where Metal Gear Solid comes out, it's pretty interesting and good, and changes things forever. And then in
Zelda.
America we have this. We have Santa Monica Studios and Naughty Dog. And things like that.
We have
Basically,
GTA.
we have Rockstar Games. Basically, we have a lot of games about how I don't want to be too woke, you know.
No.
Basically, we have a lot of games about how dads will be sad when their daughter dies,
Yeah.
so they can just go ahead and just kill 1,000 people,
Yeah.
and you get to watch it as a movie.
I'm not old enough to be talking about this on this podcast right now. And I'm starting to get kind of sweaty.
All right, so what's the
let's-
most recent thing? Okay, you ready?
The most recent thing that
The
happened.
pandemic.
There's gotta
Oh,
be something more
football and then
recent
the
than that.
pandemic.
Something more recent. Oh, Gene Hackman died. Carbon monoxide dicked around and killed him. Fucking idiot.
That is evil.
Not him.
He resembles a dead figure.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. The queen shriveled up and died. She shrunk out of existence.
But we should mention how COVID made TikTok interesting.
And Kobe.
Kobe died in a
Kobe died.
helicopter crash.
Bye, Kobe. I'm not trying to sound flippant.
But his helicopter flipped out.
This helicopter did fucking. Oh, fucky, a little whoopsie.
It did a fucky wucky and he ended up in the forever box, basically. And so,
Holy shit. That was really cool.
yes. And so,
Can we do a handshake?
hold on, we have a couple more things. Ready?
We're not done. I'm just saying, can we do a handshake?
Okay. Have you been pooping on your hand?
No. Try that again.
Ow!
It goes by so
We
fast.
invented air vents, and then,
We invented stealth games.
nope, that was Metal Gear Solid.
No, America invented stealth games. Metal Gear Solid stole it.
Oh, so then we had this. I don't know. Basically, what happened is
Hanuman.
everybody, what we were saying earlier about being technologically
Oh.
raised,
Old Wallace smoothies are now naked smoothies.
and the Sephora Rogue sale was big.
Yeah, Chapel Roan.
People thought that she reheated Lady Gaga's nachos,
But Tate McRae.
but now Lady
reheated
Gaga is just
Britney Spears nachos.
yeah, and Miss Bobby Brown is trying to be Britney.
Oh, the electric state came
I've been
out.
doing this really annoying noise probably for a long time, but
But I'm just saying the electric. If you want, you can listen to this, or the only alternative medicine these two doctors, yours truly, was prescribed. If you want to hear about the same stuff we're talking about, watch the Electric State, guys.
just watch it.
It's a killer movie. It's really.
Just watch it.
We don't really condone watching movies in general because we think they're kind of
They're
DEI
made up.
poison, and they're a little bit woke. But
They sound made up, too.
And it's a great movie. So that and the original Godzilla. And did we mention any other movies?
Well,
Oh, the Avengers movies.
yeah. But
so
they're all
really,
kind of made up.
Russo sweep. Not all the Avengers movies happened.
Oh yeah, they did happen
They
because
happened.
they filmed it, and we're in New York, which is where these leviathans descended.
I always thought those were cool, and I'd try to make them with Legos.
Yeah, but then they did. And what were the bad guys called? The Chitauri. Yes. And then the
I think
Loki
so.
show, well, anyways. So, they,
I think I might just stay here a while.
because my purpose is glorious.
Because I'm gonna turn into an ice crystal god. I think I just shit myself.
That's fine.
So going into the future.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Oh,
Uzi
hip-hop.
Vert.
Oh,
Alright, you ready?
Kendrick and Beef.
Yeah, the Kendrick and Beef Draked, and then, you ready? This all happened to get us here, and we're sitting. Oh, I do love the city lights at night.
I just saw a homeless
'Cause it's
man eat
warm.
his own dog.
I don't think that's true, but
I'm just being edgy because I'm a Zen comedian.
we are anti-humorist edgelords. But anyways,
Hope this
That-
tickles y'all funny bone.
is that is basically what got us in this penty.
Mm-hmm.
And we're up here watching the lights. Why do I see it? I can see it so well. And
you looking out the window, you fucking nut job.
I know, I'm just saying at the time I had something in my eye, like a dragonfly wing or something.
Oh,
Which could have been from the Precambrian period, flew by.
Cranberrian period.
Because a dragonfly's wings on the other side of the world millions of years ago are
That's called the cranberry
are
effect.
right here.
The Cambrian pre-cranberry effect. What are you laughing about? I'm not laughing. I have a giggle problem.
Yeah, and so, and just looking up here, what can we say? We are very grateful for the Big Bang.
We want to say something sincere. We joke a lot on this podcast, but we love you guys. Like you're our family, every single one of you.
We love you, listeners.
We love you all. You guys are amazing. You guys make this possible. I couldn't do this every day if we weren't. Oh, sorry, I'm a little bit fucked up on medicine right now, but I couldn't do this every day if it wasn't for you. And you guys are my light, my shining, my guiding, kind of my North Star, and my pillow that I lay my head on every night. And you guys are kind of a safety net for me to fall into and an ocean for me to swim in.
And since I'm falling into you, I also wrap you up around me like a blanket.
Aww.
And what
And
else?
listen, we sleep a little bit better at night knowing that you guys are out there
Safe because of us.
These
are the things they don't want you to know.
You're staying in your lane, hopefully, because of us.
And
these are the things we don't want you to know.
We don't want you to know. And so,
Let me see
I have
that
to pee really bad, but
I have to poop like a motherfucker.
think about this.
What's up?
What's in the future for the next 5 minutes? I think I know. I have my answer.
Starry.
Ever since Barack...
I'm gonna get Starry.
Starry Night. Ever since Barack normalized drones,
Starry.
Luigi is controlling them to assassinate people across the world.
Okay.
And Henry is sleeping.
I miss boy.
Yeah. And this is gonna blow up virally. Really not sure.
Yeah, we're standing on the edge of a cliff, looking back at our past and looking at our future, knowing that right now we're on a knife's edge, and if we lean forward into the future, in 10 seconds when we post this shit, this is about to explode. In our past, we're living on the last very knife's edge of the traces of what the first 22 years of my life were when we weren't famous. And
So
right now our foot's about to fall, and that first step is gonna be catastrophic for some of you who doubted us or tried to go behind our backs and try and torture us and put us through your mind games. But for the rest of you who are supporting us, which is probably realistically a very big amount of people, how does it feel to be part of the revolution? Revolution.
So that's
Resolution.
kind of the idea of the Mavus.
Alright guys, we love you.
Alright,